Jo, hallo liebe Freunde, ich bin's wieder, euer Satala und herzlich willkommen in der Sterneflotte. Wir spielen heute Star Trek Resurgence. Ich hatte es noch nie gespielt, ich weiß nicht, der Frost jetzt raus. Wir wollen mal sehen, wie es ist. Also ich habe, was jetzt nicht gespielt ist, natürlich nicht wahr. Ich habe die Demo gespielt, die war ganz in Ordnung, allerdings haben die in Englisch geschwätzt. Und hast müsste den Text als Untertitel mitlesen, das ist schon anstrengend, weil es ist ja schon ein aktives Spiel, sag ich mal. Und ja, wir werden mal sehen, was kommt, ja. So, da habe ich alles, ja, ich würde sagen, spielen wir doch mal. Versuchen wir mal unser Klick. Vom Sturm erfasst. Ach so, da ist also die Demo ist schon drin. Also wie gesagt, ich habe eine Demo gespielt, die hat irgendwo aufgehört, ja, und jetzt geht sie genau dort weiter, leider. Ups, das reimt sich. Gut. Nee, warte. Ich lösche das mal. Möchtest du diese Speicherstand wirklich löschen? Ja. Anfangen. Das ist doch schon mal eine gute Idee. Wie das sehen, habe ich mich in Schade geschmissen. Star Trek Next Generation ist ganz klar, ne? Also, harren wir der Dinge.
Captain's log, stardate 57931.4. The crew is restless. After spending too many months piecing our ship back together, we're finally about to venture out on a new mission.
Also ich werde natürlich nicht mit laut vorlesen, so schnell kann ich nicht lesen.
And the crew isn't letting this unprecedented ion storm slow them down.
Ich versuche mich aufs Spiel zu konzentrieren, ich werde ziemlich wenig schwätze.
They're ready for something different. I know I am. Perhaps more than any of them.
Mal sehen, wie wir uns dran stellen.
Fortunately, nothing ever stays the same. It's entropy, the nature of the universe. Change is inevitable. And while entropy says order gives way to chaos, in this case, change is good. Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
Also wir schlüpfen in dem Spiel in verschiedene Rollen, ne? Müssen verschiedene Aufträge erledigen.
Thanks.
No problem.
I'm not great with flying. But these little shuttles
So, genau.
are the worst.
Stick around in Starfleet and you'll be sure to see worse than this. I have.
And you're here to talk about it.
In the flesh.
That's good.
Es gibt Tablette gegen Reisekrankheit.
Sorry, I'm a little anxious.
I hadn't noticed.
I'm on my way to my first assignment. When we get to the starbase, I'm transferring on to the Resolute.
So am I.
Also wir müssen Entscheidungen treffen, wir müssen
It won't be easy for
interagieren,
Jara
ja?
to step in at the 11th
Das
hour
ist
like
also-
this. But if she's half the officer I knew she could become when she was a cadet at
Also,
Starfleet
aktives
Academy, she'll be the XO this ship needs right now.
Und ich finde, der Pilot von dem Shuttle, der dockt ganz schön schneller. War das nicht? Dockt der jetzt? Der steht nicht da. geschehen. Der hat doch schon ein bisschen... Ach übrigens, die Uniform habe ich A, nur nicht als Overall. Aber ich weiß nicht, wo ich sie habe. Das wäre eigentlich die TNJ angezogen, also die Next Generation. So! Melde dich bei der Sicherheit. Benutze WASD, um voranzukommen. Genau. Also wie gesagt, wir müssen hier... Wir müssen hier verschiedene Rollen durchleben, verschiedene Aufträge erledige, Entscheidungen treffe, was auch immer. Ich weiß nicht, was genau auf uns zukommt. Das wie gesagt, so gehört für mich zur Einführung, ja. Und ich habe das ja schon mal gespielt, bis zu dem Zeitpunkt, wo die in dem Shuttle verschwinden. In der Sicherheitsluke.
Commander? I'm not usually such a nervous wreck, by the way. I actually did well at the academy.
Oh yeah?
Maybe you've heard of the Torvalin test?
Sounds familiar.
It's a tactical simulator that makes the Kobayashi Maru look like a picnic on Pintaris 5. Anyway, I finished in the top 20. Not just in my class. I mean, all time. In the history of the academy. So, there's that.
Really? That's quite impressive.
Thank you. It was tough. But you know, I set my mind to it and it paid off.
Please place your hand here. Hold it there for a few seconds.
Ist ein bisschen komisch, die Steuerung. Mit dieser Maus, die geht nicht so.
Welcome, Commander Rydek.
Wait, you're Jara Rydek? You absolutely crushed the Torvalin test. You finished in what, like the top 3?
That would be me.
Now I'm really... It's an honor to meet you, Commander. Sorry, I didn't realize before. I just came off the shuttle and was glad to be on solid ground.
Well, now you know. Keep your eyes and ears open and you might pick up on things.
I believe Commander Ermot is expecting you. He's in the concourse just ahead.
See you on the Resolute.
Die Nachtschicht bringt mich. So, Ermot. Commander Ermot. Finde Commander Ermot. Schön gemacht hier. Repair Status. Also das Schiff hat ein kleiner Unfall und wird jetzt gerade repariert.
Good day, Commander.
Starbase entsorgt. Guten Tag, Lieutenant. Geil gemacht, muss ich sagen. Traktorbeam, gucken wir uns mal gerade ein bisschen um. Phaserbanks 65%, Traktorbeam 51%, primäre Hülle, Deflektor 70%, Warp, Naceless, aha, 95%. Also alles in allem ist das Schiff zu 75% repariert. USS Resolute. USS Resolute kommt mir bekannt vor. So, wir sind auf der Sternenbasis 128. Power Grid, Vortals complete. System enabled. Aha, da sind wir gerade. Das ist also der Rettungsweg eigentlich. Check-in Station. Na? Können wir denn benutzen? Was auch immer das ist. Sieht cool aus, schade. 4 MR. Kann ich da überall rein? Ah ne, da bin ich ja hergekommen. Langweilig, ja. Er ist wohl mit der Hand auf dem Display kleben geblieben. Ist doof, ne? Manche Sachen sind Warum macht man das nicht? Warum läuft das nicht weiter dann, ne? Okay, was haben wir da? Kann ich nicht richtig lesen. NCC 52, 32, 330, 370, USS Resolute. So. Repair in progress. Also, Reparatur ist in Arbeit, ja. Ankünfte, Abflüge. Das ist ja wie im Weltraumflughafen. Storm Report. Aua. Ionischer Sturm. Also diese Weltraumstation steht kurz davor, das kann ich verraten, kurz davor von einem ionischen Sturm getroffen wäre. Das werden wir auch gleich sehen. The same procedure as the last picture. Oh. Die Stern war es 128.
If I remember my briefing, Commander Ermont is a Bolian, so I'm looking for someone with blue skin.
Mit blauer Haut. Ich habe. So. Terminal 04. Das sind wir jetzt, ja, in der Lounge. Aber wir gucken uns noch ein bisschen um. Repair State. Wir haben immer nur das eine Schiff, Resolute. Gibt's da nur ein Schiff jetzt? Hello everybody. Verloren, sprechen Sie mit verlorenes Crewmitglied. Also mir hören jetzt halt die Stimme, ne?
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just... Well, I'm not sure where my departure dock is. The Resolute's gonna leave without me.
Look here. The Resolute is leaving from this dock.
Ah, you're right. Nerves must be getting to me. Thanks so much, Commander.
Das war knapp, sonst hätte ich keine Hand mehr gehabt, Kollege. Also wir können hier, was heißt interagieren? Wir können nicht mit jedem interagieren. Was haben wir da? Getränkeautomat?
Starbase 128 has 4 docks.
Nur vor? Nee, ja. Steht die Resolute drauf? Kann man das lesen? Nee, steht nicht drauf. So. Replizierte Speisen.
I'll replicate myself a meal once I'm on board.
Sobald ich an Bord bin. Ja, Hunger hätte man auch, ja. Also dahinter kennt man, mit der kennt man natürlich auch schon. Wir wissen natürlich, dass dieser Mann in Blau oder mit dem blauen Kopf dahinter und eine blaue Hände, das ist der Ahmed. Sprechen Sie mit Sternflottenoffizier.
Excuse me, have you seen a Bolian around here?
Yes, sir. Right back there, near the replicator.
Ah, there he is. Thank you.
Happy to help, Commander.
Deutsch wird das nicht viel besser. Da komme ich nicht durch.
Excuse me.
Rotes gesehen, was ist das für Spezies? Also hauptsächlich Humanoide, bis auf der blaue und der rote. Was haben wir da noch für Aliens? Man muss ja Aliens sagen, ne? Ihm hat es nicht so geschmeckt. Sternflotte halt, ne? Sternflotte, Starfleet ist ja nicht aus Deutschland, ist ja irdisch. So, Ahmed, sprechen Sie mit Commander Ahmed. So, genau. Oh, weit. Ich darf die Hand öffnen, Tastatur.
Welcome to the edge of the galaxy, Commander Rydek. I'm Commander Jan Ermont, Operations Officer on the Resolute. Commander? I hope there wasn't too much trouble getting here. This storm isn't making anything easy for us right now. I know conditions are less than ideal at the moment.
It was a bit bumpy, but otherwise okay.
My apologies. This storm is unlike anything I've seen before. We're grateful you were able to come fill our first officer vacancy at such short notice. From everything I've read and everything I've heard, we're lucky you were available to us. Coming from a premier starship and all. To our little research vessel.
I'll do my best to live up to expectations.
Oh, I'm sure you'll do just fine. And if I can help in any way, just let me know. The USS Resolute. She may not look like much compared to the bigger ships, but as far as science vessels go, she can more than hold her own. And she doesn't look so bad considering 6 months ago, she was nearly cracked in half, venting plasma, fighting for her life.
It was an accident?
Equipment malfunction. An accident suggests fault, but no one's to blame. It was a planned test, but the warp core was pushed beyond its limits. It destabilized the dilithium, there was a runaway reaction, and the warp bubble deformed. We thought we could reach a higher resonant frequency, but it was more than she could handle. Cost us our first officer and 22 of our crew. At the end of the day, we're all responsible for each other. That's what it means to be a crew.
To have lost so many lives. That's a high price to pay.
Too high by any estimation. But there's nothing that can be done about it now except get back to work. And make sure it never happens again. Listen. I realize you've known Captain Solano for quite some time. And I'm glad you're ready to bring your best. But I should warn you that when the captain announced you would be the new first officer, there were those who felt it was a mistake, that he should have promoted from within. So you might want to tread lightly at first. Until they come to value your contributions as much as he does.
Aha. Also da gibt's auch sowas
Thank you. Always good to have a sense for what you're walking into.
I just thought you ought to know.
I appreciate it.
Starfleet has assigned us a high-priority mission to the Hotari region. I'll let the captain...
Also, da können wir die... Was haben wir da? Yara, also... Der Commander, der wir hier gerade sind. Einen starken ersten Eindruck bei Commander Ermit. Sie wirkte bescheiden und verständnisvoll. Und sie zeigte Mitgefühl für das, was die Crew der Resolute durchgemacht hatte. Fenrich Calloway war dankbar für Charas hilfreiche Führung, als er auf dem Shuttleflug nervös wurde. Führung? Echt? Also, da kommt dann wohl noch was dazu. Ja? Jo, also die Resolute hatte ein kleiner Unfall. Sina ja oder Hannah gehört, Hannah gelesen. Und das wird gerade repariert. Und wir kommen in diese Situation halt drin. Neuer Offizier, sind Crewmitglieder gestorben, unter anderem auch der erste Offizier von der Resolute und
brief you on board. I know he's eager to see you.
Will we be mission ready in time?
We have every intention. The crew has been working around the clock to get the ship ready. There's still so much to do.
so, dann das Ding.
Stuck.
Das Ding
I
klemmt.
got just the thing.
Also, was brauchen wir? Finde den Plasmabrenner. Aha, was ist das? Interphasen-Spulenschlüssel. Wow. Das ist, früher hat man gesagt, Engländer. Heute ist es Spulenschlüssel in der Phase. Hyperspanner. Alter, was geiles Werkzeug, oder? Was haben wir da? ODN-Ray-Koppler. Das ist wohl nicht. Dann hätte man da einen Plasmabrenner. Also so müssen wir interagieren, ja, Sache. Man also Plasmabrenner. Der tut bestimmt weh, wenn man in einem. Aber okay. Doch schon ein bisschen. Man also Plasmabrenner, verdammt. Hey, Action Jackson. Sieht mitgenommen aus. Ah, der neue.
That
Achso,
is that.
was ist das? Fertig. Die unteren Decks. Material hergeblieben oder die Shuttles.
I thought that thing was totally fried.
Die Shuttles repariert.
Nice work, Carter.
Nothing to it, Millie.
And not a moment too soon. The boss wants us down in engineering. Like, now.
In den Maschinenraum. Folge Etzila. Ich würde mich aber doch gerne hauen. Ah. Wir gucken uns aber da jetzt erstmal um in der Shuttle Bay. Ja, bleib du mal dort stehen. So,
Come on!
Ja, ja, bleib locker. Also so sieht Pult aus. Ein Beam, cool, oder? Das LK-System haben sie doch richtig schön.
Carter Diaz!
Ja, bleib locker. Richtig nicht auf. Also richtig schön. Transporterraum. Wir gehen ein bisschen. Oh,
Hurry up!
Speicher.
Hey Diaz, have you seen a hyperspanner around here? I last saw it near the shuttle, Ptarmigan.
I'll let you know.
Kraftfeld, da können wir. Was
Time's
passiert,
wasting.
was passiert, wenn man dort gehen? Nix. Also, ich weiß ja, wo dieser. War doch leider nicht. Kann ich da rein? Nein.
Diaz, you're in my light.
Oh, sorry.
Cool, ich mache in so Shuttle-Rennen ab jetzt. Geht nicht. Schade. Okay. Also die Shuttle Bay ist da ja schon ein bisschen komisch. Was? Ich hoffe, sie weiß, was macht. Aber sieht schon cool aus, ne?
Hey Diaz, can you give us some help with the transporter?
What's the problem?
We need to test this cargo transporter. I've never been that great with the signal plotting.
I got it. No problem.
Wähle Wegpunkte aus, um einen Weg durch die Interferenz zu erstellen. Durch die Linie, die die Wegpunkte verbindet, verliert an Stabilität, wenn sie durch die Interferenz hindurchfliegt. Der gelbe Balken zeigt die Stabilität eines Pfades an. Wenn der Balken voll ist, warst du erfolgreich. Benutze, um zu ziehen, und halte gedrückt, um Wegpunkte. Aha. Keine Ahnung.
No sweat.
Geh doch.
Whoa, whoa, hey, buddy, get off the pad! Don't tell Chovak.
Not a word.
Okay. Ich komme. Oh, was haben wir da? Sonde bewegen.
Oh, these are heavier than they look. Makes more sense than zero G. You're welcome. So clean I can see myself. Then you know what? Not half bad.
Ja, warum hebe ich die anderen nicht da drauf? Wollte ich dem anderen nicht den Schlüssel besorgen? Wo leiht der dann? Vielleicht kann ich das ja auch noch machen. Ich habe als letztes hier bearbeitet.
Corrosion in there was pretty extreme. Nothing I couldn't handle, though.
Da leiht doch der Schlüssel. Da leiht der Schlüssel, wo der andere will, ne? Man muss am Rande bemerken.
Hey Diaz, have you seen a hyperspanner around here? I last saw it near the shuttle, Ptarmigan.
I'll let you know.
Natürlich, aber ist ja jetzt egal, wir müssen ja kommen auf Maschinenraum. Ich bin's.
Good to see her fully operational again. And if she breaks, we'll just fix her.
Ach nee. Wenn sie ganz kaputt ist. Die ist ganz schön ungeduldig, oder? Kann ich denn da vielleicht helfen?
Hey, you need any help? Okay, good luck.
Siehst du an was, aber keiner versteht.
Junction 34B gives you access to the tubes
Die wartet doch nicht.
storage all the way to the turbo lift.
Not after the retrofit. Bulkhead cuts it off at Section 2. New computer reroutes.
So then,
I'm thinking we'll have to do the work in that tube, then take the turbo lift from Section 2 to Section 3.
well, wait, there's a subfloor crossover around Junction 32E.
What do you have against using the turbo lift?
Nothing, I just like being in the tubes. It's my domain.
Das ist wie bei Stadtwerke, ne? Enna schafft, Enna guckt zu. Das ist aber dann schon eine Pattsituation, weil normalerweise sie hat sich wohl hingesetzt. Weil normalerweise schafft Enna und 5 gucke zu. Ich habe nichts zu sagen.
Hey, don't let LT catch you blocking the corridors like this.
We'll clear it up once we finish the delicate work. Good looking out, though.
Gibt Mecker. Komm, wir fahren.
Engineering.
I heard the new XO just arrived. Won't be long before we get underway. I just hope whatever Chovak called us down for, it's something good. I can never tell with him. I'd rather not end up degaussing plasma manifolds. Hanging upside down makes me queasy.
Orders are orders, Nilly. You know what they say? There are no small missions. Every expedition has a purpose.
Even if we don't know what it is yet. Looks like we got here before.
Lieutenant Commander Chovak.
We were just looking for you, Commander.
Petty Officers Ed Solar, Diaz. I was beginning to think you would be late. We are all hands on deck right now, which means if you are not at your post at the appointed time, I do not have someone to replace you. A point I have been forced to make to Petty Officer Edsolar on repeated occasions.
Apologies for the delay, Commander.
I do not want your apologies. Simply see to it that it does not happen again.
So, I don't suppose you wanted us down here to check in before we go off duty?
Equip yourselves in EV suits to work on the exterior of the hull. I need you to tune the structural integrity field for optimal performance. The subspace distortions and ionic interference we are experiencing are preventing the proper calibration. But this ship must be ready to depart shortly, despite the storm. The precise nature of these disturbances are not fully understood. But many systems have been affected by the wide band of emissive activity.
How concerned should we be about the storm? Are you worried?
Vulcans do not worry. We calculate the variables and take appropriate precautions to mitigate the risk. Right now, that entails making critical preparations, because long-range sensors show that these disturbances will be more severe at our destination, the Hotari system. You have your orders. Do not delay.
Yes,
Roger
Commander
that.
Chovak. All hands on deck.
What's that?
All hands on deck. That's what Chovak said. You know what that means? It means this ship isn't ready to go out and the brass know it. So they're throwing every warm body at it. And they're going to leave on schedule. Consequences be damned.
You won't get an argument from me, Nelly. Sure seems like everyone's still scrambling.
And I get it. When has a relaunch ever gone off without a hitch? But this isn't just any old refit or any old relaunch.
Whoa!
Excuse me.
A lot of new faces coming on board. It's gotta be tough coming as a
Ja, war schnell umgezogen.
replacement. That's for sure.
They seem all right. Something that happened 6 months ago while they were off on another ship? Well, that's nothing to hold against them.
Yeah, you're right. I guess getting a little new blood on board doesn't hurt. Hold on. Now there's an old face I didn't expect to see again. Hey, Miranda!
You weren't gonna leave without me, were you?
Miranda, you're here?
We thought you were staying on the Adirondack.
Transfer came in at the last minute, so I figured I'd slum it on this bucket of bolts. Looks like you got her back together pretty nicely. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Wouldn't take long to reverse that transfer and get you right back on the Adirondack.
I didn't know you had that kind of authority.
Oh, Carter's going places. You'd be surprised what he can do.
Still, I am glad to be here. He still owes me a bottle of Saurian brandy. Don't think I forgot.
Oh yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Maybe Carter can rustle up that bottle and we can give you a proper welcome. As soon as we wrap up this quick little spacewalk.
Naja, die sehen nicht so sicher aus.
Here, let me help you.
Wie gesagt, ne?
Thanks.
So what's the word? Are you back in the security
Also, was
rotation?
gibt es Neues?
Yep. Still running with the usual suspects.
Whoa!
Good to go. See you on the other side.
Was? Über die Regenbogen?
Activating magnetic souls.
Walking on the wild side of life. Naja.
That view never gets old.
Have you
Let's go.
ever seen the Red Ocean? So, okay. Jetzt habe ich es noch gerade aus der Luke rauskam. Und schon stehen sie am Abgrund der Dummheit, ne? Abgrund der Also grafikmäßig ist das schon gut gemacht, ne? Gefallen. Schade, dass es nicht auf Deutsch ist. Ich tue mich doch schwer dran, wenn die auf Englisch schwätzen und ich muss das Map lesen. Voller Einsatz.
Captain Solano should be here momentarily.
Captain Solano. So.
You'll have to forgive me, I don't know much about Kobleods. But my understanding is you need a steady supply of duridium to keep your cell structure stabilized, or bad things start to happen. And we have plenty of duridium in sickbay, so there's no risk of running out.
Thank you.
Feel free to make yourself at home. And help yourself to whatever you like from the replicator.
Ja, so eine Aussichtsplattform. Hat schon was, ne? So, jetzt können wir uns umgucken. Bis der gute Mann kommt. Mineral untersuchen.
The first mineral Captain Solano ever discovered. Always was the nostalgic type.
Naja, dieses Mineral.
I can't believe he keeps this around. Don't even know where mine is.
Sternenflotte-Diplom. Cool, oder? Eine Eisenbahn?
He's still got a thing for trains. The warp engines of their day, apparently.
Die Warpmaschinen von
Jara
damals.
Ryde. Last time I saw you, it was graduation from the academy. You'd already secured one of the most prestigious assignments possible. And you were burning with enough ambition to fuel 7 trips around the Necrid Expanse.
It's good to see you again, Captain.
I could not be happier to have you on the Resolute. My only regret is that we couldn't provide you with a warmer welcome. The arrival of a first officer to her new ship deserves a bit of fanfare. But, unfortunately, we've had our hands full with the refit.
You can spare me the pomp and circumstance. There's plenty of work to be done without all that.
You always had a work ethic like nothing I'd ever seen. That's just what this ship needs at the moment. As I'm sure you've heard, we've had a rough go of it these last 6 months. The ship suffered some damage, but not nearly as much as the crew.
You'll have to forgive me. I don't really know the details.
Starfleet has been kind enough to keep the story contained, probably because they want to protect me. But I don't mind telling you. We were on the verge of a major scientific breakthrough. A quantum leap forward in warp core technology. 10,000 teradynes per second. The ability to travel at a sustained rate of speed longer and faster than we ever dreamed. What would have been the crowning achievement of my career. Right there. Within our grasp. Until it all went so horribly wrong. We pushed her too hard, and a warp core malfunction overloaded the system, creating a pressure gradient way beyond what the ship can handle. It was heartbreaking. We lost some of our best people. As captain, I have to take full responsibility. It was my decision to make, and I have to live with the consequences.
You have to look to the future. You can't dwell on the past, on things you can't change.
There's nothing that can be done about it now. In my defense, I will say, we might have avoided the whole ordeal if my senior staff had been willing to trust me. There was a lot of pushback from my former XO, and I think that cost me his confidence. I don't want you to pull any punches. Certainly not on my account. But once we decide on a course of action, I need everyone to fully commit to the mission. Anything short of that just won't work. And that's when things start to go sideways.
Whether I agree or disagree, I can promise that I'll be honest to a fault.
Good. That's exactly what I'm looking for. But at the end of the day, it has to be my call. Look, I'll be blunt. We can't afford another mistake. Or at least, I can't. I feel like my career is hanging in the balance here. We need a win. Something to restore the crew's confidence.
I understand.
On a more positive note, Starfleet has tasked us with what they're calling a mission of the highest priority. Escorting a senior diplomat to Hotari space. Two previously peaceful and otherwise non-aggressive civilizations now find themselves on the brink of all-out war.
So it's a peacekeeping mission?
I see it as a golden opportunity to not only prove what the Resolute and her crew are truly capable of, but also a mission for which we're uniquely qualified. This ionic storm. Our long-range sensors suggested several orders of magnitude stronger than anything on record. A total anomaly like nothing we've seen before. And you'll never guess where it leads.
Hotari.
Exactly. Very nearly in the precise location where we're headed. Where I imagine the interference will be exponentially greater. But the diplomat will brief us on the details at the rendezvous.
Who is the senior diplomat we're escorting?
That I don't know. Starfleet hasn't said. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. I expect we'll have some rough sledding when we arrive, so I need you to prepare the crew for the worst. There's just one more thing I want to clarify up front. The metric that for me will be the ultimate measure of your success.
What is it?
If after serving as my first officer, you don't one day find yourself with a ship of your own, then I will consider it my personal failure. When that might happen is entirely up to you. But it goes without saying, you have my full support.
Thank you, but I feel like I still have so much to learn.
You'll have plenty of opportunity. And if you're willing to put in the work, I'll do everything in my power to help you along the way. Come, let me introduce you to the crew.
Eigentlich wollte ich noch den Replikator benutzen. Geht aber jetzt nicht. Weil ich habe jetzt das Diplom angeguckt und die Eisenbahn. Ja, und wie ich die Simulation gespielt habe, habe ich die Eisenbahn angeguckt und habe mal T am Replikator gezogen. Okay. Die Brücke. Ah, jetzt ja. Ach, wie schön. Und so schöner Teppichbotte.
Everyone, if I could have your attention for a moment. I'd like to introduce Commander Jara Rydek, our new first officer. Some quick introductions. This is Lieutenant Handar, our helmsman, one of the best in the business.
One of?
Well, what he lacks in humility, he more than makes up for in ability.
A pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Likewise.
Next, we have Commander Westbrook, our Chief Science Officer. I've come to rely on his expert counsel on a regular basis.
Pleasure.
Commander Rydek, it is such an honor to meet you.
Aha.
This is our tactical officer, Lieutenant Bedrosian, who's been looking forward to meeting you for about as long as I can remember.
I've been following your career for quite some time. And I look forward to learning as much as I can from you.
Aha.
That's very kind of you to say. I'm happy to be here.
Well, I have to admit, one of the reasons I've followed your career is because you're part Kobliad, because of what you've overcome. Starfleet stands up for people who can't defend themselves, and you were one of those people once. But since then, you've done so much to protect others who need it. I really admire that. So, you've been something of an inspiration to me. Not that I've done anything close to what you've done, but you definitely set a standard to strive for.
I don't know what to say. That's incredibly flattering, thank you.
I hope someday I can follow in your footsteps.
Jetzt hopp.
I'm sure you will.
And then, of course, you've already met Commander Ermont.
Schleimer.
Please, do everything you can to make Commander Rydek feel at home here. I'll be on the starbase. Have an urgent meeting with the starbase commander to get our authorization to get underway. If they drag their feet any longer, we won't make our rendezvous. The bridge is yours.
I am the Captain. Oh, no. Setz dich in den Stuhl des Captains, wenn du bereit bist. Ja, wir gucken uns hier schon mal an. Kommunikation.
Communications. Keeps us in contact internally and with other vessels.
Ja, das ist richtig. Hat früher die Lieutenant Uhura gemacht. Kirk. So. Hauptsystemanzeiger.
So many decks. Full of crew that are now my responsibility.
Auch verantwortlich. Also. Geil, ne? Also muss man schon sagen, ist irgendwie geil gemacht. Und schön ist, man sich taktische Station, Beworf bei TNG.
Tactical station. Hopefully a diplomatic mission won't require we use our weapons much. But if it comes to that, we'll be ready.
Wir gucken uns mal weiter um. Machen wir nix. Das ist der Warpkern. Sieht aus wie die Warp-Gondel. Ja. Und da drin der Kern. Ja, das könnte hinkommen, ne? Command Codes, ja, alles. Ah, da steht die Nummer. 92317. Aha. Gut. Brauchen wir nicht, aber gut zu wissen. Master Systems. Was haben wir da noch? Wissenschaftsstation.
Science station. The Resolute is a science vessel, primarily. Might explain Commander Westbrook's attitude. I'll have to speak with him later.
Genau. Die Wissenschaftsstation. Turbolift. Interessant. Na, da. Der Hauptmonitor. Sieht cool aus, oder? Ist das auch nicht wirklich so? Bridge Success Panel. Aha. Aus den 4. Gut, okay. So, die Kommunikation, da waren wir ja schon. Die Ops.
Operations. Staffing, supplies. There's
Personalvorräte
a lot to keep track of on a starship. Good thing we have Commander Ermont.
Die Ops. Steuermann. Steuer.
The helm. The Resolute is a refitted Centaur class, meaning it's capable of quick maneuvers. Can't wait to see what she can do.
Also nett. Gut, okay. Gehört wohl dazu. Taktisches Hologramm.
Tactical holodias. Just like they've got on the Excelsior.
So, und jetzt? Das taktische Hologramm? Wozu brauchen wir sowas? Na, man sieht das Schiff. Wahrscheinlich kriegt man dann angezeigt, wo die Schäden sind und... Keine Ahnung. Also, Kommando übernehmen. Sind wir bereit? Das machen wir gleich, weil ich muss auf Toilette. In diesem Sinne, wir sehen uns gleich. Bis dann. So, da sind wir wieder. Wie Nassin habe ich mich umgezogen, ja. Ich habe meine Uniform gefunden. Habe mich jetzt mal ein bisschen angepasst. Die ist ein bisschen eng. Wie ich die K fand, war ich ein bisschen jünger und ein bisschen schmäler. Aber okay. Aber sie passt jetzt, ne, aus das Abzeichen, ne. Habe ich in den Rang eines Commanders erhoben. Okay. Da machen wir mal die Steuerung. Das machen wir so. Der rote Rand da. Heinrich Calloway, Captain Solano. Gucken wir gerade mal, Captain Solano fühlte sich nach ihrem ersten Treffen bestätigt. Durch Yaras Bescheidenheit und ihr Führungspotenzial. Also, ich muss noch mal kurz was trinken in diesem Sinne. Mein gespritztes darf nicht abstehen. Also, fahren wir weit. Dann gehen wir das Kommando übernehmen. Wir haben uns jetzt alles angeguckt. Das ist in Ordnung. Also der Screen könnte ein bisschen größer sein, ne? So, von der Höhe. Okay, ist egal.
Commander, Chief Engineer Chovak needs to lower the structural integrity field. He's sent a crew out to recalibrate the emitters in response to the danger posed by the storm. We just need your go-ahead.
Mission granted.
Lowering structural integrity field, now.
Entering maintenance mode.
Wartungsmodus.
Condition blue.
Blauer Alarm habe ich noch nie gehört, ne? Muss ich sagen. Vom Sturm erfasst, jetzt waren wir beim Außenteam.
Looks like they turned off the SIF.
Great. Let's get to that emitter.
Diese gehen. Ah, schon cool gemacht mit den Magneten.
Every time we're out here, I half expect to see her in pieces again.
She's still got some scars on her. It adds character.
When I joined Starfleet, all I wanted was a ride out of town. But this isn't exactly how I pictured it.
On the outside of the ship?
No. Sometimes it feels like we're just part of the machinery. Don't you want more than that? I mean, Starfleet is noble and all, but it's still a machine. A massive, massive machine.
Yeah, of course I do. Starfleet's an open door. We just have to walk through it. You wanted to get away. I enlisted because I didn't want to wait years just to get out and see the galaxy. I wanted to go somewhere. See new worlds. Look up at a sky no one's ever seen before. Just because I'm cranking a hyperspanner up in a Jeffries tube today doesn't mean that's all I'll ever be.
Noch nie ein Mensch zuvor gewesen ist, ne?
Diaz to Commander Chovak. We are at the SIF emitter.
Acknowledged. You may proceed with the recalibration.
Kalibrierungswerkzeug. Von Außertasche.
Beginning recalibration.
So, was muss ich da machen?
Looks good. That wasn't so hard.
Commander Westbrook, right? Chief Science Officer.
You remembered my name and my rank. Impressive.
Oh, da wird er noch schnippig.
Yes, I am the Chief Science Officer, and I have the dubious honor of being the most senior officer on this bridge. I know this ship inside and out. Better than just about anyone.
What a very impressive list of credentials.
This is a research and discovery ship, first and foremost. Now with a former tactical officer as its new first officer. I'm curious, though. A Kobliad, or half in your case, is an odd choice for first officer, given your vulnerable condition and all. But if, as an example, we found ourselves in a hostile situation, and you were suddenly incapacitated because you needed an infusion, what would happen then? You'd leave Captain Solano without an XO. Granted, that would be a worst-case scenario, but not outside the realm of possibility.
Captain Solano's familiar with my condition. I'm sure it factored into his decision. So I'd have to say it's not a problem.
But we should probably have a contingency plan just in case.
Du wärst
Listen,
nett.
can I be blunt, Commander?
I see no reason to stop now.
Commander Sutherland, your predecessor, was one of the best first officers in all of Starfleet. His record was impeccable and his reputation was without equal. I mean no disrespect, but the shoes you're stepping into are almost impossible to fill. He was loved by the crew, and he was one of my closest friends. So I can only hope that you'll live up to expectations.
I don't think I could ever replace Commander Sutherland. And it would be a mistake to even try.
So, jetzt hast du
Seeing as Captain Solano is on the starbase, let me give you an update on this ion storm we're flying into. It's unusual, unlike anything I've ever seen. At the moment, I can't tell you if the Resolute will shrug it off or if we're putting ourselves at risk. However, if we learn more about its patterns, its nature, we can come up with a scientific countermeasure. Just a moment.
We've got a massive energy wave inbound.
On screen.
Tracing its trajectory.
Starbase docking clamps are holding.
The storm's emissions are fluctuating, coming in waves. And if my projections are right, we're about to get hit by a wideband burst of ionic energy. Like a tsunami.
I'm reading power abnormalities all over the ship.
Estimated
Red alert!
Aye.
Red Alert. So, jetzt haben wir das drin. Alle Mann auf ihre Stationen. Kameraden.
Evacuating main gangway and retracting.
Putting sensor visualization on screen.
With the structural integrity field shut down, we can't take a direct hit.
Time to impact. 1 minute.
Shield systems are severely impacted. We have limited protection.
I need every available solution. What are our options?
We can weaken the impact of the storm with a deflector pulse.
There's a better way.
I'm sending all auxiliary power to the deflector dish.
Send the aux power to the shields. We can't reactivate the entire shield bubble, but it's a directional threat. So we can orient all we have towards the wave. You have to believe me.
We only get one shot at this. We can't afford to get it wrong.
Schilde hoch.
That's right, which is why we need to send power to our shields.
Bedrosian, get those shields up.
Rerouting power to shields. Stand by. I need a heading. We've only got one shot.
Understood. On my command.
Heading locked.
Raise shields!
Jetzt wird's unangenehm.
This is it!
Ausziehen.
All hands, brace for impact.
What happened?
We have
experienced a surge of radiation.
Oh, you don't say.
This radiation supercharged the plasma, forcing it to backflush through the system and creating a dangerous imbalance.
Blow out every primary system on the ship.
Just tell us where you need us.
I need you to traverse the hull to the access port to recalibrate the port nacelle plasma regulator.
Gibt's eigentlich nur ein Außenteam? Warum gibt's nicht ein zweites oder ein drittes sogar? Verstehe ich nicht, ne? Naja. Situations...
We've reached the first access point.
Understood. Do you see the override for the level 1 failsafe circuits?
Affirmative.
Engage the override. It should allow us to stop the EPS flow to the warp engine without triggering an automatic core shutdown.
Failsafe override engaged.
Are you sure? I am registering some crosstalk in the bypass circuit.
We need to route the signals so they don't interfere with each other.
Diaz to Resolute. The failsafes are temporarily disabled. Moving on to the EPS regulator.
Heads up, Carter.
What is that?
One of the discharges coalesced.
It's coming right toward us. I'm gonna try to disrupt it with my phaser.
Ja, da ich das schon mal gespielt
So we gotta
habe,
climb up the pylon. Not that there's really an up, but you know.
Das ist so der interaktive Phaser-Schießstand. Ja, das haben wir irgendwann hin.
We're at the regulator. Opening the access panel.
I am now halting the EPS flow to the port nacelle. We have little time before it causes an overload in the engine. You must work efficiently.
EPS manifold adjusters reset to neutral. The EPS lines to the port warp engine are back in balance. Almost done. Once I cycle the manifold nozzles, Chovok can... We just lost the docking clamp. We've got a lot of debris coming down. All vibrations, too. We can't finish the EPS regulation in these conditions. Please advise.
We have to release the ship from that other docking clamp or the hull will be ripped apart.
There's a problem. The clamps are supposed to disengage automatically in an emergency, but it's not working.
Not working?
What are our options?
The docking clamps are fitted with exploding bolts for an emergency release.
We've got crew out there. That'd be like setting off a bomb next to them.
Maybe there's another way.
Starbase is hailing us.
Put him through.
Resolute, the remaining mooring arm is failing. You need to disengage from the starbase now. The damage to the station will be catastrophic.
The docking clamp isn't functioning. We're exploring our options.
The option is to detonate the emergency release.
Commander, hear me out. Reverse the polarity of the hull, which theoretically will repel the docking clamps.
And repel the engineering crew right off the hull into the storm.
This is Captain Solano. Put me on screen.
Go ahead. Captain, we have a situation.
Commander, what are you doing? Blow the bolts on the docking clamp.
The captain doesn't know the whole story.
I'm giving you an order. Jara?
All due respect, sir, it's a more complex situation than when you
Jara,
disembarked.
I need you to do the right thing. We can't have this go sideways before we even leave for the mission.
The captain made himself quite clear.
They're gonna get hammered with debris out there. Reverse the polarity.
There is protocol.
And there are lives.
Starbase, stand by. We're gonna flip hull polarity to disengage the clamps.
Yes, Commander.
Wackelt mit dem Kopf. Was ist denn das für Vogel?
Repair crew, this is Acting Captain Jara Rydek. Be advised, we are going to reverse hull polarity to free us from the remaining docking clamp. Tether yourself and deactivate your boots on my mark.
Understood.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark!
Grab my hand! I got you.
Thank you.
Plasma imbalance is reaching critical condition. We are moments from primary system failure.
I got it.
Verdammt! Das hätte ich früher machen können. Ja, das war jetzt gemein. Weil
Petty Officer Edselar's hurt and unconscious. I'm gonna have to tow her back to the airlock.
Mr. Diaz, the situation has changed. You are at risk of triggering a substantial electromagnetic arc if you approach the main hull the way you came.
But Commander, the way we came is the nearest airlock.
There is an auxiliary hatch near you on the far end of the pylon. You must bring Miss Edselar there to access the interior.
Roger that. Go in there now.
Autschen. Das war aber nicht schön.
I'm at the auxiliary hatch.
You go first.
What?
Let me save your neck this time. No time to fight me on this. Get in there!
You better be right behind me.
Ja, sie fällt jetzt sicher, glaube ich. So, da war natürlich Ende, ne? Wie die da runtergefallen ist, war Ende mit der Simulation, also mit dem
We're in.
mit der Demo. Jetzt geht's weiter. Da weiß ich jetzt auch nicht weiter, ne?
They're safe. Bringing the SIF fully online.
Do it.
Die Uniform da ist in die Jahre gekommen. Bin ein bisschen ausgewachsen. Die Maschine ist noch so weit, was so weit halt so. Jeder Einsatz hat seinen Preis. Oh.
Carter!
I'm okay. I'm okay. But Edselar...
Here, let me help you. Medical. We've got one wounded at my location. Millie.
Oh, man.
Das ist ja cool.
We'll see you at sickbay.
Natürlich lassen sich schön Zeit, ne? Man hätte Ort-zu-Ort-Transport.
Status report.
The repair crew made it inside. EPS flow is back to nominal levels. The SIF is back up.
How does this affect mission readiness, Mr. Ermot?
Releasing the docking clamps using hull polarity minimized damage to the Resolute. We'll have some last-minute repairs to make, but if we reapportion some of the staff, we can make our departure on time. As of now, however, we are successfully moored to the station.
Good to hear. Send updates to my ready room. Commander Rydek, with me.
Sir? Pippel-die-Puppel, jetzt gibt's Anschiss. Du kleiner Scheißer. Wir warten der Friseur.
You disobeyed my orders.
Das ist sogar ein War.
Well?
Respectfully, Captain, I made the right choice given the information
You
I had.
disobeyed my orders! And not just in front of the bridge crew, but the Starbase staff as well. That's going to get around. My name's already tarnished around the fleet. But what is it going to do to my credibility on this ship? From the top to the bottom. Bridge to lower decks.
Captain, I told you I'd be honest, so here it is. Maybe I shouldn't have disobeyed a direct order, but you were wrong. You weren't on board, and you didn't have all the information. So I made the right decision for the ship. If you're worried about your credibility, put your ego aside and trust your crew. Trust me.
You might have won some fans on the bridge with that stunt, but not everyone. Lieutenant Commander Chovak has already bent my ear.
I'm sure he doesn't take it personally. He'll get over it in time.
Mr. Chovak is more complicated than he would want to admit. I guess we all are. And, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure what I would have done in the moment.
Ah!
You never really know if you weren't in those shoes.
So,
just boil it down to, you did what you had to. That'll have to be good enough for me.
Thank you for understanding, sir. I'm sure no one knows the burden of command as well as you do.
I'm sure you will, someday.
Ich muss ja noch lernen.
Despite it all, we got our final Starfleet clearance to depart. So if you'll fetch Mr. Ermot, we'll knock out the final details of any outstanding repairs, and then we'll set out for Hotari.
Yes, sir.
Bereit zum Aufbruch. Naja.
All departments reporting full mission readiness.
Aha.
We've got our full complement on board.
This is my favorite moment, right now.
The start of a new mission is always full of possibility.
The Orion Syndicate could sell it as a drug.
Don't let the Admiralty hear you say that.
Captain on the bridge.
Das hat jetzt erst. Wo er schon drin war.
Sit, everyone. You all know, I'm not big on speeches. We're embarking on the first mission since our refit. Let's make it a good one. Disengage docking clamps.
Docking clamps released.
Thrusters ahead, Mr. Handar.
Mal gucken, was der sagt. Engage. Of course. Sieht aus wie die Station von meinem anderen Spiel. Von Fleet Command. Star Trek Fleet Command, ja. Viertelimpuls. 32.
That should do it. Set a course for the Hotari system. Prepare to go to Warp 8.
Aye, Captain.
You know what? You take this one.
Me?
Platz machen.
Engage.
Wow. Gibt's auch keinen Rückstoß, wenn das sowas passiert? Ich habe keine Ahnung.
Simple, but effective.
Easy. Thank you. I'm fine. Really.
You don't look so good.
I have to get to sickbay.
Go.
Commander, help me get her inside.
Das sahen die jetzt? Und dann ist die schon am Falle? Hello again. Oh, weia. gar nicht so gut aus.
Well, that was quite a scare. A few minutes more and it would have been one of the shortest tenures on record for a first officer.
Is that the engineer that was out on the hull?
That storm did a real number on her, but she'll live. Just needs rest. You should worry about yourself. Your duridium levels got dangerously low and destabilized your cell structure.
This is definitely one of the more memorable first days I can think of.
My name is Dr. Aram Duval, Chief Medical Officer. To be honest, I've never met a Kobliad before. You're...
rare. I know.
I was going to say special. Your people's numbers have dwindled, despite the Federation's efforts to find a more readily available alternative to the duridium you need to survive. Yet you joined Starfleet and managed to thrive. I imagine the responsibility must be overwhelming. Maybe even a burden at times.
I don't like the attention it brings. Being treated differently than everyone else.
But you are different. That's not something you can change.
True. But sometimes it makes it even more difficult than it already is.
And don't worry, I won't treat you like a science experiment. I just do the science and leave the experiments to Solano.
You don't agree with his methods?
I don't agree with his definition of acceptable risks. Not when the lives of your crew are at stake. My professional opinion is that the accident took a toll. More than he's willing to admit. He's overstressed, operating in the pressure cooker of his own mind. Which is never a good headspace when the lives of your crew are at stake. What concerns me is that now he's even further away from the thing he's been chasing his entire career. Breakthrough discovery. The major innovation. Something he can put his name on. The more the time passes and the further out of reach it gets, the more risk he'll be willing to take.
I think after what happened, Captain Solano's learned his lesson. And whatever ambition he once had is on hold for a while.
He may say that, but you'll see what happens. And I have to give you credit for what happened on the bridge. It took guts to defy a direct order.
Huh. I guess word travels fast around here.
It's a small ship. And everyone's curious about the new XO. Fortunately, your cell structure's almost completely stabilized. And I'll spare us both the lecture, but I do feel it's my responsibility to remind you, without regular infusions of duridium, you will not live. It's as simple as that.
Understood.
Then, my work here is done.
Lieutenant Bedrosian.
I came to see if you were okay. We were all pretty worried on the bridge. No one knew what was happening.
I don't want anyone to worry. This is just part of who I am. It doesn't define me.
Of course. I completely understand. And I would probably feel the same way if I were you. You trusted me earlier with the shields, and I appreciated that. I want you to know that I have your back.
Thank you.
So, wird das ja geklärt. Pimmel, Pimmel, Pimmel.
Complete the diagnostic sequence, and this shuttle will be cleared for service.
Yes, sir.
The storm in the Hotari region will interfere with our transporters, so we need all available shuttlecraft in working order.
Excuse me, Commander Trovak.
Petty Officer Maris, I will leave you to your work.
Ja, eigentlich meine ich Dienstschluss. Ja.
I stopped by sickbay and saw Millie. I figured you'd want to know.
Did the doc get her fixed up?
She's stable. There's something about the storm's radiation that's making it hard to heal the energy burns.
That doesn't sound right.
She's toughing it out. Dr. Duval said she'll be back on duty soon, though.
Come on. I have to run the final diagnostic.
Melville. Shuttle Melville.
I can't stay long. I've got a long to-do list before we get to Hotari, and things are piling on faster than I can check them off. We're making all our last-minute checks in security, too. Tactical and security are short-staffed.
We'll just have to take things as they come. Control what we can, and roll with the punches.
Next thing you're gonna tell me you're listening to Andorian jazz.
No.
The point is, the right time might never come. So, I'm just gonna roll with it. I had a chance to think about this while I was away. Then you and Nilly almost got killed out on the hull. And I thought it was important that I just come out and tell you. Instead of tiptoeing around it. Or worse.
Miranda, is everything all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Maybe even better than fine. What I'm trying to say is, we've been really good friends for a long time. But I got back here and I couldn't ignore it anymore. I want to see if there's more between us than just being friends.
You don't have to explain it. I feel the same way. There is something between us.
So, do you want to find out what that something is? If it's there for you, and it's there for me, why not give it a try?
Are you kidding me? I just said yes.
I wanted to be sure I heard that right.
These are uncharted territories.
I'd call it a chemistry experiment. You know, with us.
We can take it slow. It's not a 5-year mission or anything, but we've got plenty of time together.
Well, let's not drag our feet on it.
Level 1 diagnostic complete.
I have to get back to that to-do list. They're probably looking for me.
Can't blame them.
Wieso hat anderes Abzeichen?
I'll be seeing you.
Wieso hat anderes Rangabzeichen? Komisch, oder?
Approaching the rendezvous point outside Atari space.
Helm, bring us out of warp.
Dropping to impulse.
Oops.
Ionic interference surging, Captain. Shield integrity holding.
We can take it.
We are at the correct coordinates to meet the shuttle.
Commander Rydek, find us our diplomat, if you will.
Aye, Captain. Let's reduce the noise. Filter out environmental signals. I can manually tune what's left for Federation signal types. I've located the shuttle.
Opening comms.
On screen.
Oh.
Shuttle to Resolute. Shuttle to Resolute. Debris field. Lost maneuvering. Losing.
I can't get it any clearer.
We won't get a transporter lock. It's just not happening.
Power up the tractor beam. We'll pull them directly into the docking bay.
Diaz, you good to run the tractor emitter?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Diaz. First thing, lock onto the shuttle and stabilize the rotation.
USS
We're pulling in debris.
I'm on it. take out the shuttle. Diaz, the bridge. There's a large piece of debris headed for the shuttle. The tractor beam can't handle it.
Can our shields take it?
I believe so.
Commander Rydek, plot an intercept course.
On it.
Here we go. Maneuvering thrusters bearing 53 Mark 17, 200 meters on an intercept course.
Maneuvering.
Got it.
Whoa! Someone's working hard on the bridge. Got the shuttlecraft on board.
Good job. We're on our way down to meet them.
Terra firma, so to speak.
Ambassador Spock? The captain will be right down to meet you, sir.
In that case, I will wait for him here.
Sieht ein bisschen komisch aus, das Bock. Ja, und jetzt? Wir kommen an Bord.
Wow. Let me be the first to say, welcome to the Resolute, Ambassador.
Thank you, Petty Officer...
Carter? Carter Diaz. Sir.
I am pleased to meet you, Petty Officer Carter Diaz. It appears I have you to thank for my safe arrival. Your assistance arrived not a moment too soon, if I may say so.
All in a day's work, Ambassador. This is what I'm here for.
Quite dutifully. We thought we were prepared for our arrival in Hotari space, but it is evident my craft was not sufficiently robust for such intense ionic activity.
The storm has been pretty intense.
There was an element that was most unusual. Before you came to our aid, our maneuvering thrusters and impulse engines were rendered inoperable. So we attempted a short traversal at warp speed, only to find that we could not achieve warp at all, even though our diagnostics computer showed no faults or anomalies. What do you make of that? When all indications say that warp speed is possible, but in practice, we find it is not.
I'd rather investigate than speculate.
A sound principle.
Take readings, run some additional diagnostic checks, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
Quite logical, Petty Officer Diaz. Thank you.
Ambassador Spock.
Excuse me.
I'm honored to have you aboard. I'd like to get right to it. We're already behind.
Okay. Kriegsvorbereitungen, wir sind auf Forschungsschiff. Voilà, die voilà.
Ambassador Spock, my senior staff. It's not every day that a captain gets to welcome a Starfleet legend aboard.
You flatter me, Captain Solano. But legend implies the past tense, whereas I am very much focused on our present circumstances.
I didn't mean to suggest you were stuck in the past. You're right, Ambassador. Not the most diplomatic choice of words.
Your experience comes from the past. But our present situation calls for it.
True enough.
We were hoping you could fill us in on the details. We got the basics from Starfleet. Two formerly peaceful neighbors are now on the brink of war.
Indeed, and the tension between them grows fiercer by the hour. Lydia and Hotari. The Lydians are the more advanced species. They made first contact with the Hotari over a century ago. This is Tau, the Hotari moon. It is rich in dilithium, and for decades, the Hotari and the Lydians have shared a mining operation there. The Lydians provide the technological resources, while the Hotari have served as the labor force. The stability of that arrangement was the source of their peace, until recently. The Hotari have suddenly and forcefully seized control of the mining operations and expelled the Lydians from their system. That is the official story, as told by the Hotari when they requested Federation mediation. But the details remain scant. Communications between all parties have been limited by the ionic interference.
How is it the Hotari were able to turn the tables and take the mines against superior forces, especially after decades in this arrangement?
Unclear. The answer to that question may be the key to a new, lasting peace, and one that I hope we can uncover during these negotiations. But it is unlikely the relatively primitive Hotari forces would stand a chance against the Lydian fleet if this escalates to open war.
Warum habe ich das Gefühl, dass mir später für den Ausgang dieser Situation
which is what we are here to prevent.
And the dilithium trade hangs in the balance.
Clearly the Hotari have been exploited in this relationship.
Maybe we can persuade them peace is the more profitable alternative for everyone. They both profited from the mines. And for the Hotari, something is better than nothing. Peace is our objective after all.
That is correct.
If we could convince them, it would restore the peace. But we would need the Hotari to accept a difficult compromise.
Made all the more difficult by the emotions flaring on both sides, no doubt.
Neither the Lydians or the Hotari are members of the Federation, so we can't make them do anything.
There is an additional complicating factor I should mention. In the past, the Federation has relied on the Lydians as a source of dilithium.
That certainly changes things.
The Federation sources its dilithium from a lot of places.
Yeah, and this is one of them.
Das untergräbt unsere Vertrauenswürdigkeit. Das gibt uns ein Druckmittel, würde ich sagen.
We could use that as leverage with the Lydians. They'll want the Federation to continue buying from them.
There might be something to that, Commander.
Putting that on the table could make the Hotari more hostile.
Given the Federation's involvement in the Iridium dilithium trade, Captain Solano and I must make every effort to appear neutral in these negotiations.
What worries me is if this whole thing unravels, and we're at the mercy of the storm at less than full strength.
We can't let it come to that.
Considering what the Ion Storm has done to our ship, and the Ambassador's shuttle, we have to assume the Elydian fleet has had problems with it as well. This recent surge in the energy disturbance temporarily levels the playing field.
Commander Westbrook is correct. The energy anomalies around the Hotari systems have been noted in the past. But they have never been observed on the orders of magnitude we have seen in recent weeks.
The field isn't level. We have the backing of the entire Federation. Either of these forces would be foolish to attack us.
That's probably what the Illydians thought too.
We are here because we are up to the task at hand.
All the more reason to learn as much about the energy anomaly while we can. We do not want to be caught at a disadvantage, should the situation escalate. So I trust we understand our circumstances.
We're operating on a strict timetable here, and we're going to be leaving for the negotiations shortly. Commander Westbrook, I want you to leverage our systems to investigate the anomaly from here while we're gone.
Aye, Captain.
Thank you all.
Dismissed.
Entlassen?
I want to speak to both of you privately.
Ambassador Spock, I'd like to make a formal introduction. My first officer, Commander Jara Rydek.
Commander, as you are aware, there are limits to what Captain Solano and I can do in our official capacity as representatives of the Federation. But someone in an unofficial capacity, your first officer, for example, would not be bound by those restrictions. Commander Rydek could ingratiate herself to certain parties behind the scenes, where they may be more candid in revealing information that could lead to a resolution.
She certainly knows how to say the right things. At least when she wants to. It would be unconventional.
With all due respect, Ambassador, I'm not a trained diplomat.
That's exactly what we're going to leverage.
I began my time in Starfleet as a science officer, not as an ambassador. We must be adaptable in the line of duty.
Well, I hope Commander Rydek will have more luck finding out what really happened than we will through official diplomatic channels.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation, and the prospect for peace may very well depend on it.
Jetzt hängt alles aus. So, Mist. Ich hab's genau gewusst. Ich hab's genau gewusst. Außerdem muss ich ganz dringend auf Toilette. Kann man das nicht wegbeamen? So! Ich muss auf Toilette. Außerdem ist mein Getränk gerade vor. Kurze Pause. Bis dann. Bis gleich. Freunde der Nacht. Ich bin wieder das Rick. Wir gucken uns das doch an. Ich habe noch was Essen geholt. Machen natürlich deutlich für die Kamera aus und das Mikrofon ein bisschen leiser ist, nämlich nicht schmatze here. Ansonsten gucken wir uns das doch jetzt mal an, welchen Eindruck wir bei wem hinterlassen haben. Ja, also Kamera aus. Danke fürs Gespräch. So, also Captain Solano kennen wir ja. Dann haben wir Lieutenant Bedrosian. Lieutenant Bedrosian schätzt ihre. Also alles in allem denke ich doch, hat sie ein guter Stand im Moment, ne? Krater. Also auch hier, der Krater hat wohl gute gutes Zeugnis, oder? Ich gucke mir das doch gerade an. Also das wird interessant. In Verstecksequenzen, wenn die dich sehen, ist die Mission gescheitert. Ein Rekorder kann Daten aufzeichnen und analysieren, wenn du ihn benutzt. Aha. Der Phaser. Aha. Rückwärts fliegen. Kannst nur vorwärts, rückwärts. Achso, das ist die Steuerung von rechts und links. Hoch und runter, okay. Okay.
Mr. Diaz, I understand you have already discussed the warp drive failure with Ambassador Spock?
I have.
It is imperative that the Ambassador's shuttle be flight ready. I need you both to ascertain the root cause of the system failures he encountered.
I'm surprised, Commander. I thought you would have wanted to work on Ambassador Spock's shuttle yourself.
I respect the Ambassador and his many accomplishments, but I do not derive any satisfaction from interacting with his shuttle as if it were somehow transubstantiated through its association with him. Especially when I have the entirety of this starship to concern myself with. I am not the chief engineer of this shuttlecraft.
When you look at it logically, yes, it is just a shuttle. No different than any of the others.
There is plenty that is different about it, and that is what you are to investigate. But please limit your findings to observable scientific phenomena.
We'll try to restrain ourselves.
Then I will leave you to it. Make note of any abnormalities in your report. Carry on.
One nice thing about Vulcans, Chovok is the only person who didn't look at this and treat me like I was something to pity. Doc says I should get used to it. Doesn't mean I want to be reminded of it every minute of the day.
I'm sorry I went first.
Now that sounds like self-pity, and I'm even less interested in that.
But Nilly... Okay.
Let's just crack the shuttle open and see what we're dealing with.
Ready to go?
All set. Let's run the diagnostic. So, I know about your talk with Miranda.
You do?
She sent me a Priority 1 dispatch right after your conversation. I'm happy for you. Both of you.
Thanks.
But I'm only going to tell you this once. Don't screw this up. Because I would be very unhappy if you tried this out and then, I don't know, 6 weeks or 6 days later, I have to start splitting holidays between the two of you. All because things went south and you're not on speaking terms. That just isn't gonna work for me. And I know you'll respect that.
That's not gonna happen, okay? And why are you even going there? We haven't even gone on a date yet.
I just want you to know where I stand. I like my friends and I like our group. I don't want to lose that. Is that thing done?
Yeah, it's wrapping up. Let's see. The relays along the primary EPS are blown. The backup relays are all intact.
An EPS overload from the warp drive could cause that. But how did the shuttle end up dead in the water?
Huh. Well, maybe the ship's data recorder can tell us something. Here.
They were only about 8 minutes from their plotted warp point. No faults, just those warnings. What are they?
Hello.
The warp field became inverted suddenly.
I've seen this happen when the center warp coil cracks.
A cracked warp coil throws a fault code.
Still, we should take a look.
There was a complete warp cascade failure.
Wow. They're lucky the shuttle didn't turn inside out.
Makes me think the computer panicked on the warp field equation. Subspace variance out of tolerance. What does that mean?
It means the main navigation array lost sight of space somehow.
Will the array going offline cause that?
Yes, but it should have also thrown a fault code. Any one of these failures should have thrown a fault.
If it was caused by a system failure.
None of this caused the relays to blow. Roll forward to when that happened.
Yes, ma'am.
So here, they take a moment to get their bearings and they attempt to re-engage the warp drive.
There. That's the relays blowing.
And look, there's another warp system alert.
They're all the same. Subspace variance out of tolerance, or warp inversions. Finally, there's a complete warp cascade failure.
Then it's one of two things. Either a warp coil is cracked, or the navigation array is offline.
That makes sense.
Divide and conquer. You want to check the warp coils or the navigation array? I'll check the other. Let's not overcomplicate this. One of these systems is likely broken.
I'll check the nacelles for a cracked coil.
Cool. Ein Rekorder kann Daten aufzeichnen. Okay. Benutze 2, um den Rekorder hervorzuholen oder zurückzustecken. Halte gedrückt, um leuchtende Objekte zu scannen. Andere Dinge, die du scannst, aktivieren einen tiefen Scan. Benutze während des tiefen Scans Q, um zwischen verschiedenen Scan-Modi hin und her zu und nach leuchtenden Objekten zu. Modus Anzeiger. Schon cool, wie so Rekord. Cool umgesetzt, wie so ein Rekorder. Funktioniert, ne? Nichts verstanden, ne?
I checked every coil on the port nacelle for imbalances. If any coil in either engine were cracked, I would have detected it. So, it must be the navigation array.
Except it's not. Checked and double-checked.
Well, the readings don't lie.
Here comes the security detail for the Way team.
Hey.
I'm not here.
We're escorting the negotiating team to the surface as soon as they come down from the bridge. I don't want to interrupt some important work. I was just Hoping to see you before I go. The captain and the others will be here any minute now. Should be an interesting ride down to the surface.
You're the one with the important job to do. Keeping the captain safe. And Ambassador Spock.
It doesn't always feel that way. Baking in the hot sun, standing guard next to an empty shuttlecraft. But it has its moments.
Hey, Maris. Aren't these those button pushers you're always hanging out with?
And you're the phaser jockeys we always beat in Parisi squares, right?
All aboard for Hotari.
That another one of the captain's railroad things?
Gotta be. I just usually zone out by the time he gets to the whole, steam engines were the warp drives of their day part. Catch y'all later.
You don't want to miss your train.
I do have to go. Not gonna lie, I'd rather not leave right now. More important things on my mind.
Do me a favor. Come back safe.
Deal. Be seeing you.
War das jetzt der Shuttle? Nee, doch. Jo, warum?
Etzelar to Diaz. If you could float back down to reality, we still have a ways to go.
Ah, nee, das war nicht der Shuttle.
All right, where were we?
So, the warp coils in the navigation array are fine, but the nav computer doesn't seem to think so.
I'm out of ideas short of field stripping the shuttle from bow to stern.
You wanna take this out of the shuttle and throw it on the bench?
Oh, real hands-on maintenance. I like it. Okay, the nav computer is patched into the ship.
The ship's computer can double-check our work. If the shuttle's nav computer is putting out false data, we'll know it.
Let's run through the shuttle's logs again.
Running now. Same. Warp field inversion and a cascade failure. However, the Resolute computer doesn't show the same subspace variance.
We're in the same conditions that the shuttle was in when it failed. Why wouldn't the ship's computer get a matching result?
What if the subspace variance was a momentary occurrence?
That's a possibility, and it would explain why the simulation under our current sensor readings failed to reproduce the issue.
But a subspace anomaly strong enough to cause a warp field collapse would leave graviton ripples for days.
Let's run with the momentary subspace variance theory for now. Roll forward to the shuttle's attempt to re-engage the warp drive. We need the conditions of space around the shuttle at the moment of warp failure.
Resuming simulation.
Setzen Sie die Simulation.
Error in warp field calculation. Cochrane formula variables are out of range.
That right there. Take the shuttle sensor data from that moment.
Computer, why did the warp field calculation fail?
Warp field pressure return non-orthogonal. Results are undefined.
That doesn't help.
Wait, what if we use a different ship?
Put the Resolute into the simulation instead of the shuttle.
Yeah, it should warp just fine. Unless... Computer, run the simulation with the Resolute.
Resolute simulated.
Computer, give me manual control on the warp power.
Static field intensity, warp 1.1. 1.2. 3. Warp pressure is destabilizing. Error in warp field calculation. The warp drive has experienced a system-wide cascade failure. Warp field collapsed. Subspace variance is out of tolerance. Cochrane formula results are undefined.
Bingo.
What-o?
The same moment when the shuttle failed to warp, so did the ship. Whatever happened to the shuttle just happened to us. The Resolute will not sustain warp.
We can't leave Hotari space.
Hat das was mit den zwei Vögeln zu tun oder mit dem Ionensturm ist? Dass die Shuttles, dass die Raumfahrzeuge nicht mehr auf Warp gehen können. Gut. Friedensgespräch.
Ambassador Spock, Captain Solano, welcome to Hotari. We are honored you have come. My name is Tyler Saltaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
The honor is ours. And this is Commander Jara Rydek, first officer aboard the USS Resolute. You'll find she has a keen mind and unique insight into the dynamics between the Hotari and the Lydians.
We are honored to be here as representatives of the Federation.
I'm so glad.
These must be the representatives of the mighty Federation. The reigning authority in the galaxy. Or so we've been led to believe. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But, either way, we're grateful you've made the time to come to our little corner of the universe.
And you are?
This is Galvin, and this is Citron, the heroes of the revolt in the mines.
Let's hope this is the last time we ever have to come here.
If you'll excuse me.
I think we're about to begin.
Did you hear the arrogance from that guy? I don't know what we're walking into here, but that guy was something.
That may be true. But let's keep an open mind going into the negotiations. Hopefully he's just one voice amongst many.
Then let's hope he's the outlier.
The Hotari have invited us as their guests, so we must show them the proper respect.
Gleich die Hände in die Hüfte. Macht einen guten Eindruck. So. Hier kann keiner. Ah, jetzt doch. Wieder in Hab 8. Jetzt sei ja mal Respekt.
Ambassador Spock, welcome to Holtari Prime.
The honor is mine, Your Majesty.
That the Federation would send one of their most respected representatives is not only an honor to the Holtari people and their queen, but a recognition of our stature and importance.
Let's get on with it, shall we? With all due respect to the Federation and their ambassador, they have no authority here. We are not members of their alliance. We are not subject to their rule, nor yours. We demand the immediate return of all mining operations to Lydian control, as it has been for centuries and will be for centuries more. That has always been our understanding.
That understanding has changed.
Then you invite war!
And if you cannot remain silent, you will be silenced. But his point is well taken. What is the Federation's interest in this matter? Perhaps you would have us trade one oppressor for another?
The Federation remains neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution of this conflict. We are here at your request, Your Majesty.
For now.
Trying to keep an open mind here, but it's not easy. I thought they wanted us here.
Was there something you wanted to say, Captain?
Oh, no. My apologies.
And what about the Kobliad?
She's not
She can speak for herself, can't she? Then let her. Now then, what is your name?
Commander Jara Rydek, Your Majesty.
Being a Kobliad, you would know better than anyone. Your people suffered brutal treatment at the hands of the Cardassians. Their injustice towards the Kobliad is as unimaginable as it is unforgivable. Not unlike how we have been treated by the Alidians.
As much as they'd have you believe they are the victims here, remember it was the Hotari who attacked us. Hundreds of innocent Alidians were slaughtered without mercy in those mines.
The blood is on their hands, not ours!
Quiet! If after all the Kobliad suffered, you finally had the chance to right that wrong, to get out from under their control, would you take it? Or would you negotiate a peace?
There is no remedy for what the Kobliad suffered. And I fear who we might have become in pursuit of it. There is no justice if the oppressed become the oppressor. So I would willingly accept a peaceful resolution if it were offered. That is the real opportunity.
Perhaps, Commander Rydek. Perhaps. Unfortunately, that was not the case, was it?
No, it was not.
Peace is often elusive to those who need it most. The Federation is the most powerful, most advanced alliance in the galaxy. It's widely known we have an abundance of dilithium in our mines. And it's in your interest to secure a steady supply.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Ambassador Spock would have us believe you're here as a neutral party in the interest of peace. So why are you really here? I want the truth, not your Federation rhetoric.
Es steht mir nicht zu, darüber zu urteilen. Ja, was können wir da antworten? Es geht nur um Frieden. Die Lithium spielt eine Rolle. Sind wir doch mal ehrlich. Die Lithium spielt natürlich eine Rolle, weil die Föderation das Lithium braucht. Ob sie das darf oder nicht, sei dahingestellt. Sie ist der erste Offizier, wurde mitgenommen. Fertig.
It's possible the Federation has an interest in both peace and securing a steady source of dilithium. One does not preclude or prevent the other. But that's just my personal opinion.
Given the Federation has done business with the Alidians for decades, I would agree. It's entirely possible, if not highly likely.
What they haven't said, but cannot deny, is a simple truth. The dilithium trade would not and will no longer exist without Alidian involvement. We created it for the benefit of everyone, especially the Hotari. We've given them warp technology. We've let them share in the profits. We've made their lives infinitely better than before dilithium was discovered. All of that goes away if the Federation turns a blind eye to their treachery.
That is enough of your lies! The Hotari are quite capable of running the mines. We've done so for centuries. Don't tell me, who deserves control of the dilithium trade and the mines on Tau? Who should the Federation recognize? The Hotari or the Alidians? It can only be one or the other, not both.
Scheiße. Es gibt nur zwei Mächtigkeiten.
If I have to choose only one, then it would have to be the Hotari.
Well said. How could the just and wise Federation make any other choice?
This is an outrage. The Federation has lost all credibility.
The mines are ours. Lydia will not be deterred. We will take back our mines by any means necessary.
Then you will see more blood spilled.
I am more than willing to address your concerns, Your Majesty. Yours as well, Representative. But I suggest we could have a more productive conversation with a smaller group. Perhaps only the most essential representatives.
Ja, wenn du nur 2 Möglichkeiten hast.
I suppose there is some sense to that.
Hätte ich jetzt die andere gesagt, dann wäre die eine beleidigt gewesen. Ja. Kannst du entscheiden, wie du willst. Ne?
I hope we meet again, Jara Ryder.
Nachter, Gesichtsausdruck ist ja schon wichtig, ne? Er war neutral. Na, vorhin hat das Block ein bisschen geschmunzelt.
Spock and I will cover everything on the diplomatic front. You make nice with the locals and see if you can get some answers. We need to find out why the Hotari are so willing to risk war. What happened in those mines?
Jetzt müssen wir Detektivarbeit herstellen. Sprich mit Mitgliedern aller Fraktionen. Geiler Helm hat er auch. Nicht Technikpflicht, gerade die Frauen.
The captain and ambassador have it handled. I've got my own mission.
Okay. Schöne Aussicht. Wow. Das ist... Wasser. Ist das mit Wasser?
Soothing.
Eine große Empfangshalle. Würde ich mal sagen. Kann man Parade stehen, ja? Wenn die Königin ihr Gemach verlässt. So. Sprechen mit Citron. Die haben geile Helme auf, ne?
Commander, I'm glad you've chosen to side with the Hotari. I knew the Federation would see through the Elydians' baseless claims and protect the interests of my people.
To be clear, I'm not on either side of this conflict. Our only interest is peace.
I will keep that in mind.
I assume you were there the day the mines were seized from the Elydians.
Not seized. Reclaimed. And restored to their rightful owners. Yes, I was there. We had to be decisive. Before the Elydians could even realize their worst nightmares upon them.
Were the Hotari miners armed during the revolt? I'm just trying to understand how it happened.
If by that you mean armed with centuries of abuse and exploitation at the hands of the Elydians, then yes.
Which doesn't really answer my question.
We had them vastly overwhelmed from the start. They respect one thing above all else, and that is force. The greater the force, the more certain the outcome. Any talk of making peace is just that, and worth little without the strength to secure it. Which makes me wonder about your ship, the Resolute. Undoubtedly the Federation's finest warship. Ready to contend with anything the Elydians might have in store. Or is that not true? Maybe I've misjudged it.
It wasn't designed as a warship. More for scientific research and exploration.
But the Federation must have ships designed for war.
Technically, they're Starfleet ships representing the Federation. But yes.
I see.
Cedron.
A pleasure meeting you, Commander. I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
drüben. Spreche mit Tylos.
Commander Rydek, I'm encouraged to see the Federation supporting my people. I'm afraid of what might happen without your help.
If anyone deserves thanks, it's Ambassador Spock. No one is more invested in negotiating a peaceful settlement to this conflict than he is.
I'm so glad. We need his help before the situation escalates further than it already has. It's been very trying. I saw you speaking with Sidron, our national hero. I'm curious, what did he say?
He seems to be of the opinion that negotiating for peace is a waste of time.
Because force is the only blunt instrument he understands. He's a miner, not a diplomat. For the first time in our history, the Hotari have the upper hand. We see ourselves as strong instead of downtrodden. New voices have risen up. Old voices shouted down. Galvin and Sidron have become national heroes. Now, they have the Queen's ear. Better or worse, depending on your perspective.
I get the sense you don't exactly trust them.
I don't trust their instincts, which are leading us to war. My fear has been that the Elydians will launch an attack and crush us. You've seen their starship, no doubt. They could have retaken the mines whenever they wanted to, but it never happened. And as strange as this may sound, I'd almost say they're afraid. I just don't know what they're afraid of. It's still the same bluster and bravado you would expect from them. But it has no teeth. Like they're afraid of what might happen.
Was it for fear of the repercussions, once the Federation became part of the equation?
Possibly. But I almost want to say this was from the very start. Before engaging the Federation was even on the table. Since the day of the revolt, Galvin has seized control of the mines and restricted all access. No one's allowed without his personal authorization. And they've taken over a section of the palace with just as much secrecy and security. I'm told it could be something they brought back from the mines. I've made inquiries, but everyone pretends it doesn't exist. I strongly suspect they're hiding something.
What do you think it is?
I've heard rumors it's some sort of ancient artifact, but I haven't seen it myself.
How can we know?
I'd better see what's happening.
Do you think you can find out what they're hiding? I need to see proof of something before I can make my case to the Federation.
I can try, but even if I found it, I might not know what to make of it.
Take this. You can use it to capture whatever you find, and then send it to me.
Thank you. I will let you know what I find. And I look forward to our meeting again.
Aha!
Sorry, I couldn't help but notice you were speaking with the Hotari this whole time. I figured in the interest of fairness, I should offer another perspective.
Of course.
I'm probably not telling you anything you don't already know, but these negotiations rely on the Federation's neutrality, as does any hope you might have for a supply of dilithium in the future. So, why you would choose to side with the Hotari escapes me. Without Elydian involvement, there is no dilithium trade. But clearly, you weren't aware.
We are and will remain completely neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution to this conflict.
As is ours. Of course, the question is, at what price? Major Sarlet Arminta, Special Attaché, Elydian Armed Forces. Pleasure to meet you, Commander. I have my issues with the Hotari, but I have to give them some credit. They know how to seize an opportunity. Inciting an uprising the same day as a massive once-in-a-lifetime ion storm.
Our assumption was that this storm was just an anomaly.
Yes, a very convenient anomaly. At least that was what we were told. Of course, I wasn't there. But who am I to say otherwise?
You sound skeptical.
Well, the official story is that it was the storm that enabled the revolt. How else do a bunch of unarmed, unorganized miners seize control of an entire moon, much less thousands of mines? But I've talked to people who were there. They tell a different story. They say they're lucky to have escaped with their lives. That it was more than just the storm. That somehow the miners were able to harness the energy from the storm. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But that's what they said.
You said the Hotari were primitive.
Well, they are.
Except for the part about weaponizing ion storms.
If you'll excuse me, Commander Ryder.
They seem proud of their culture. Pride can lead to rash action.
So, berichte Captain Solano von deinen Erkenntnissen. Ja. Große kalte Halle. So kalte Halle mit. Ja, wäre mal interessant, was für Klima ist das. Das sieht ja nebelig aus, ne? Das ist ja wohl der Mond. Mond untersuchen.
That must be Tau. The place it all started. Such rough terrain. No wonder the Hotari are so tough. An Elydian warship, the Zeldi. They must want the Hotari to know they can use it at any time. But why haven't they?
Geht's die Wohler? Was steht immer noch da? Ja.
Well, that was a disaster.
What happened?
The Hotari refused to concede anything, so the Elydians stormed out.
The Hotari did not invite us here as peacekeepers. I hope your efforts were more fruitful than ours.
Gravitational harmonics failing to resolve. Warp bubble stability degrading. Increase output to maximum.
Increasing warp output to maximum.
It's happening again.
It is evident that presently, the Resolute cannot achieve warp propulsion.
Since our diagnostics rule out any problems with our warp systems or anything about the ship, the problem appears to be the fabric of space itself.
Space itself? You're saying something about this region of space prevents warp travel?
Prevents it, or can't sustain it.
However improbable, that appears to be the case.
We need to know more.
Otherwise, it'll be an extended stay in the Hotari system.
The storm didn't stop us from leaving space dock and traveling here. But could it still be causing this interference with warp travel?
We must follow sound investigatory principles. Do not let an assumed conclusion drive your analysis.
Sometimes we need a little inspired thinking, Mr. Chovak. Captain Solano is on his way back from the negotiations, and I want to have some answers for him when he gets here.
Indeed. Given the facts at hand, we may be able to deploy subspace probes around the ship to construct a clearer picture of the phenomenon.
Around the ship. I'll prep a shuttle.
Business. Muss ich Shuttle fliegen, oder?
I'm setting up a waypoint at a distance roughly corresponding to the edge of our warp field. When we get there, I'll deploy the first probe.
Commander Westbrook, the Resolute systems are calibrated to receive the probe's readings. We are standing by to reproduce the warp field collapse after the first probe is deployed.
Thank you, Mr. Chovak. We'll be in position shortly.
And, Mr. Diaz, do take care in piloting the shuttlecraft. Now is not the time to indulge in the human penchant for joyriding.
Chovak probably isn't such a fun guy to work for, huh?
Always seemed to find a way to push his buttons. Yeah, I think he'd blast me out of the airlock if he thought it would help increase engine efficiency by 0.1%.
Well, don't worry about it. Chovak's opinion isn't the only one that matters. Last time I checked, I was still Chief Science Officer, and you made a hell of an impression on Ambassador Spock. I'm the one who should be worried with this new First Officer on board.
Ich steuere das jetzt, ne?
This is far enough. Transporting the first probe into position.
Das sind die Sonne.
Westbrook here. The first probe is deployed.
Understood. We are reading it. We are about to replay the simulation.
Problem?
I just can't get a handle on her. Commander Rydek. She rejected my plan to use a deflector pulse against the storm surge. But on the other, she did listen to my advice and use the whole polarity trick to get you through that excursion alive. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the new XO. I'm sure she's a fine officer, even if we don't see eye to eye. But she didn't go through what the rest of us did. You know that. And it's hard to figure out why she'd be the one Solano chose instead of, well, one of us.
I've heard some good things. You should at least give her a chance.
I'll take that under advisement.
Test is running. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1, mark.
Whoa. All right, that is definitely a problem with the fabric of space. We need to get another probe out there. With 2 points of data, the Resolute and the probe, we've managed to get an interference pattern. I'm setting a waypoint to a particularly strong area of interference. We'll deploy the second probe there. Listen, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice I wish someone had given me. Make sure you're never just one thing. And don't get so focused on what's in front of your face that you lose sight of the big picture. Before Rydek showed up,
Ich
Captain
liebe
told me he was ready.
der
Told me he
Asteroid
didn't
so
think I had
geil.
the people skills to be first officer.
Ja, klein Moschattel geröstet, ne?
I mean, if he'd said that about Chovak, sure.
Ich habe jetzt überhaupt nicht aufgepasst, was los ist, ne?
Is that why you're being so friendly to me? Politics?
That would be clever, but I think you give me more credit than the captain does. You're all right, Diaz. And you've got potential. You're a capable engineer. You're good in the field. Keep up the good work, and who knows? A solid jack of all departments like you could be Commander-in-Chief of Starfleet one day. Hell, Admiral Jellicoe started as a shuttle pilot. And there are places to go in the enlisted ranks, too. Of course, if you get an officer's commission, they'll put you on another ship.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy where I am.
You must be a glutton for punishment. Lieutenant Commander Chovak has been known to take decades to warm up to people.
Pluspunkt.
Here, this is close enough. Stop the engines. Deploying the probe. Westbrook to Commander Chovak. We're ready for another sampling of data.
Very good. Running the simulation again. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1. Gone.
There it is again.
I saw it. It seems to be directional.
Well, what about the scans? Anything?
Here's the readings in relation to our local space. We've got the Resolute, Otari Prime, and the probes.
All this interference is overloading the sensor buffers. We're gonna have to triangulate the sensors manually.
Finde ihn.
We got something.
These markers indicate peaks in the gravimetric interference patterns.
Let's see if I can find some more.
Was muss ich machen? Ah.
Hold up. This is coming from the moon.
A beam that blocks warp travel.
Aimed right at us.
Someone is doing this intentionally. I don't know how they're doing it. This is like nothing I've ever seen.
Why would they be doing this? We came here to help these people. And now we're getting hit by some warp-killing weapon?
Now, look here. It's current readings of the ion storm.
These concentrations... they line up with the interference pattern. The storm and this beam, they're coming from the same place.
Carter, whatever petty local conflict brought us here, it's just a small part of something much bigger. Presently, we don't have an explanation for how they're doing this. One thing is clear. This is no fluke.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. I want a full briefing when I'm back on board. Solano out. A targeted weapon that inhibits warp travel. Coming from the moon Tau.
That would explain the difficulties my shuttle encountered. More importantly, the tenor of the Hotari during the negotiations.
And here I thought the Elydians would be the problem. Coming to peace talks in a warship.
This wasn't supposed to be so complicated.
For all their posturing, every indication is that the Illidians are afraid of the Hotari. They didn't bring their warship as a threat. They brought it because they're scared.
From everything we witnessed, I would say that is highly likely.
But what are they afraid of?
Tylus, the Hotari representative, said she thought they found something in the mines. Galvin and Sidron brought it back to the palace, but they're keeping it under tight security. She's going to investigate it. I gave her my tricorder. I expect she'll contact us soon.
You found an ally.
Why would Tylus help us? Go behind her people's back? It's a fair question, considering.
Out of all of them, she's the one who seemed to genuinely appreciate that the Federation was involved. She believes in us, and I think we can believe in her.
That may be true.
She's certainly more likely to help than the other Hotari we've met.
That raises another question. Specifically, what do the other Hotari have to gain in bringing us here? Only to make this hostile maneuver against us. There must be some motivation.
Unless they changed their minds between when they asked and when we got here.
Sidron was very curious when we spoke outside the Queen's chamber. He wanted to know all about us, our ship, the Federation. He wasn't giving any answers. He was looking for them.
Well, I'm sure you didn't tell him too much. I don't think the Illidians know what's really down on that moon either.
Major Armintas said the revolt defied explanation. That the Hotari miners somehow harnessed the energy of the storm.
Harnessed the energy of the storm?
Doing that is beyond even our capabilities.
So is a weapon that disrupts warp travel.
There have been civilizations and entities, both past and present, far more technologically advanced than the Federation.
The Illidians and Hotari don't fall into that category.
But that is all the more reason to investigate further.
Commander Rydek, sorry to interrupt. We've received an urgent call from Hotari. The Queen's advisor, Tylus, has asked to speak with you.
Put her through.
Galvin and Sidron are still with the Queen. I've enlisted help to gain access to the room they have under guard. I don't have much time.
I'm not supposed to leave my post.
It's only for a moment. I so appreciate your help.
I found something. I'm sending you a scan.
Got it. Tylus, if we needed to gain access to the mines on Tau, is that something you could help us with?
I suppose it wouldn't be easy, but I have to go.
Tylus.
Can we reconnect?
Sorry, Captain. We've lost all contact.
We can only hope she escaped without harm.
It was hard to tell.
I'm the one who got her into this. If something happens to her, it's my fault.
She's one of the Queen's closest advisors. I'm sure she'll be fine. Assuming the Queen isn't part of this. Let's see the scan of whatever the hell that was.
Tylus suspects this came from the mines on Tau.
It appears to be of ancient origin, but the markings are unfamiliar.
We can run a full analysis when we get back to the Resolute. But if this came from the mines, then it might be the key to how they got the upper hand against the Illidians.
Then we have to go into the mines.
The Federation would not allow that. We were, after all, sent here to be a neutral party in a peace negotiation. However, we could demonstrate that the Hotari have acted in bad faith, which would enable us to investigate the mines on Tau with full justification. But of course, we would need conclusive proof before taking action. Otherwise, it could put us in a difficult position.
Whatever this artifact is may be proof enough. At least to satisfy the Federation.
Especially if we can show the Hotari are controlling the warp disruption. And targeting the Resolute.
We may have a better understanding once we analyze the device. But a mission to the mines, covert or otherwise, is not out of the question. And I will handle the Federation.
Ta-da!
As I was telling Carter, I want all the data I can get on this warp problem. And the negotiating team's shuttle has been recording data all the way back from Hotari. Even better than our probes. So pull the sensor and engine ISOs from the Melville when it sets down.
Will do.
I'll join you and Chovok down in engineering to run another analysis after the briefing.
I didn't like this warp problem when we thought it was some astronomical anomaly. And I like it a hell of a lot less now that we know someone is doing it to us. How does it work? What do we even do about it?
What do you say we pull these chips and find out?
Took some damage on the way. That ionic interference scored the hull plating. Might be some micro welds. Let's try pulling together.
All right.
3, 2, 1. It won't budge. Gotta be the storm damage. We need to... Welcome back. Any excitement down on the surface?
Excitement? No. Nothing like that.
Hey, can you hand me the EJ7 interlock? From the toolbox.
I don't know what that is.
Not much use for one on a security detail, huh? Carter?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay, I'll apply pressure while you decouple the panel.
Here, I'll help.
We've got this.
Open up and say ah.
Thanks for the hand. We have to get these isolinear chips down to engineering.
No problem. You really know everything about these ships, don't you? The tools, the systems. Like a walking Starfleet technical manual.
Well, I wouldn't say everything. But I know my stuff.
I can see that.
Come on, start pulling chips.
What's this?
Some kind of crystal formation?
Whoa. This substance is a quantized spin crystallization of hydrogen, carbon, and lithium. It's emitting tetrametric pulses at an interval of 3.8422 seconds.
Quantized crystallization isn't natural. I mean, it's only theoretical as a means to engineer matter on a subatomic level. But What's it doing in there?
Uh-oh.
Wait. Regulation 364, subsection 9.
What?
Regulation 364, subsection 9 orders that in the case of an unknown foreign substance infiltrating a sealed system, it will be placed in secure confinement before further examination. Retrieve a containment module.
Don't you think we're more equipped to deal with whatever this is?
No. Before anything else, this is a security issue. You don't even know what this is.
Which is why we need to study it.
Once it's contained.
Well, if it's not natural, then someone might have put it there. It could be a tracking device. Some kind of sabotage. Or even a bomb.
Which is why we need to get it to the containment lab.
Come on.
I can't make an exception. Not even for you.
I'm still going to report these crystals to Commander Westbrook when we send the shuttle data.
And I will inform my superiors. I'm taking this just as seriously as you are.
Daddy!
But I overheard talk about the warp disruption on the shuttle. Now these crystals? Maybe this situation is more than we can handle with just a science vessel. We could trigger a distress call, get Starfleet to send more ships. Or I could send a message to my old CO on the Adirondack. Get some combat-tested vessels. We shouldn't do this alone.
Miranda, you gotta be more careful. Someone hears that, they could think you're talking mutiny.
I'm just trying to figure out how we can help. Okay, stand back. Get this to the containment lab. We'll get it set up for you. I'll let you know when it's safely confined.
Oh, we'll be there.
Last thing you want is to study this down in main engineering and have it explode next to the warp core.
Wow. Geile Geschichte.
Almost forgot.
Can't have that.
For a second, I thought she'd gone cold on you. Like she might have changed her mind. But I guess this whole situation has her spooked. Maybe she knows more than us? Or it's because this is all happening so fast? But she usually doesn't scare easy.
Well, of course she's taking it seriously, but that's her job. If she's on duty, she's gotta be on the lookout for danger.
Yeah, but talking about sending a distress call on her own? That's going too far. She was probably just thinking out loud. I'm sure she'll come to her senses. This mission has enough complications stacking up.
Now, we'll get through it. You, me, and Miranda too.
Cool. Also mir gefällt's.
Commander Rydek was able to work behind the scenes during the negotiations and made contact with a representative from the Hotari delegation named Tylus. She mentioned an unusual artifact of unknown origin being held under tight security within the Hotari Palace, which she believes came from the mines on Tau. Now, this artifact might have a connection to the revolt, to the storm, and to the warp disruption we now know has been targeted at the Resolute. Commander Rydek, if you want to take it from here.
Of course. Tylus managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded location within the palace and sent us these scans using my tricorder. It appears to be some sort of control panel, possibly connected to the warp disruption weapon originating on Tau. Of particular interest is this symbol, which we couldn't identify the origin of.
The Federation database has records from a vast number of civilizations. If anyone from Starfleet has come across this before, the system should recognize it.
Cross-referencing with Federation records.
Displaying symbols from Federation database with a 90% probability of match or higher. Select a symbol to further analyze.
Oh.
Naja, das kannst du nutzen. Nein.
99.2% match.
Got it.
Was ist das für Imperium? The Con Empire. Das kennen wir aus
So,
Next
what are
Generation.
we looking at?
The design and composition indicate this is a glyph associated with the ancient Khan Empire. Their civilization collapsed over 600,000 years ago, but once spanned millions of systems with a population numbering in the trillions.
Fascinating. The Takan were once the most advanced, most powerful civilization in the galaxy.
Is it possible the Hotari found Takan technology?
I wonder if they even know what they have.
Our knowledge of the Takan is limited. I have only encountered passing references to them.
I can't speculate about how much they know, but one thing's for sure. They know how to use it.
Indeed.
Which might explain how they seized control of the mines.
And targeted us with a weapon that prevents warp travel.
Computer, what is the last recorded discovery of other Takan artifacts?
On stardate 41386.4, the USS Enterprise D, under the command of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, discovered a Takan outpost in the Delphi Ardu system. According to the mission summary, an unbreakable energy-draining field was deployed against the Enterprise and a Ferengi ship. The Enterprise was only able to escape after negotiating their release with an entity known as Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Takan Empire.
Unbreakable energy draining field. It starts to make sense.
What else is there?
There's a lot here. Let's take it piece by piece.
Select the aspect you wish to learn more about.
Delphi Ardu 4.
What sort of planet is Delphi Ardu 4?
Delphi Ardu 4 is an M-class planet, a barren rocky world with little to no vegetation and frequent ion storms. The giant crystals that grow there absorb energy, but it is not understood how they do so. The entire Delphi Ardu system, consisting of 11 planets, was considered completely uninhabited until the encounter with Portal 6-3.
Frequent ion storms. That can't just be a coincidence. Someone from the Takan Empire is actually still around.
Or at least was, 16 years ago.
Computer, what other information do you have on Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Takan Empire?
The entity known as Portal 6-3 is of an unknown nature. A biped humanoid, he was unaware that the Takan Empire no longer existed at the time of the encounter. He was able to control the crystal-based technology of the Takan outpost through apparent telepathic means. It was by his choice that the Enterprise was released from the energy draining field after Commander William T. Riker of the Away team argued on behalf of both Starfleet and the Ferengi.
Telepathic control of their technology.
As I have said, they were the most advanced civilization in the galaxy.
There appears to be some sort of restriction order from Starfleet. Computer, explain this restriction.
A Starfleet directive similar to General Order 7 forbids entering the Delphi Ardu system or attempting to make contact with Portal 6-3.
Starfleet doesn't throw up a no trespassing sign for just anybody.
I suppose it makes sense considering what happened to the Enterprise D.
The technology to capture and hold the Federation flagship would have to be unbelievably powerful. Computer, what else can you tell us about the energy-draining field the Takan used?
The Enterprise D was unable to break free on its own. The precise nature of the technology was never fully understood. Only that the crystalline technology used was beyond the comprehension of then-current Starfleet science.
The engineering team found a quantized spin crystal formation in the shuttle you took to Hotari. They registered tetrametric radiation coming from it.
We have Takan technology on board right now?
We might. I'll run a full analysis in the containment lab.
The Elydians should have crushed the revolt. But if the Hotari have Takan technology and can control it, I see why they're willing to negotiate peace. For all we know, this could be just the beginning. And we're up against something greater than we can imagine.
For now, it's probably best we don't let on how much we know.
Play our cards close to the vest. Smart. I agree. Then, when the time is right, we can confront them.
Diplomatically, of course.
Right.
We've been able to triangulate the source of the ionic interference and warp disruption to a specific mine on Tau. Engineering used the latest data from your shuttle to pinpoint its origin. There.
So we know where to look.
We need to know what's down there. What the Hotari are hiding, to better understand what we're up against. And to neutralize it if we can.
Captain, embarking on a mission to the Hotari moon would not be viewed favorably by either side. However, given the circumstances, we are entirely within our rights to defend ourselves.
I just want to make sure this doesn't blow up in our faces. Which is why I'm thinking of sending Commander Rydek on a covert mission to Tau.
Oh nee, das ist ja überhaupt nicht mein Ding.
Assuming you're up to the task. It would require absolute secrecy. And obviously, it's not without risk.
I'll get the away team in and out. They're in safe hands with me.
Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But given the sensitive nature of this incursion, I'm afraid you'll have to go it alone. I'm hoping Tylus can accompany you. The priority is to avoid detection. It's a calculated risk. The last thing we need is to get caught and then blamed for violating our neutrality and aggravating an already tense situation. We can't afford any mistakes, which is why I've chosen you.
Puh! Ich lasse mich nicht erwischen. Tylers Hilfe wird entscheidend sein. Das ist ein Risiko, das wir eingehen müssen. Ich würde sagen, das wäre.
Tylus will be essential to my success. Not only her knowledge of the mines, but her ability to gain access, particularly now that we know which mine we need to get into.
Make sure she understands the need to keep this covert.
She's not going to want her people to know about this.
Get in touch with Tylus and make the necessary arrangements as discreetly as possible.
Bridge to Captain Solano. The Illydians have moved additional ships to the edge of the Hotari system. Current heading is straight for the homeworld.
Understood.
It would seem we no longer have the luxury of waiting. In that case, may I suggest you and I return to Hotari Prime? Doing so will provide Commander Rydek as much time as possible to complete her mission.
Agreed. We'll hail the Queen's delegation from my ready room. We all know what we need to do. Dismissed.
An die Arbeit. Nicht entlassen. An die Arbeit, Jungs. Jungs, an die Arbeit. Hopp. Verloren und gefunden.
Petty Officers Diaz and Edsolar, where is the crystal formation that you found in the shuttle? I have tasked Ensign Calloway with performing a full analysis of the tetrametric pulses.
Security brought it to the containment lab.
I was just there. They don't know anything about it. Security never checked it in.
Miranda never got there?
She's the one that had the crystal formation?
Yeah, her and the rest of the security detail from the negotiations.
Diaz to Maris. Carter Diaz to Miranda Maris.
Commander Westbrook to Petty Officer Miranda Maris. Respond.
Something's not right.
She's still on the ship. She has to be.
Computer, locate Petty Officer Miranda Maris.
Petty Officer Miranda Maris is in the isolinear storage array on Deck 5.
I'll go find her.
Good.
I am sure Mr. Diaz can attend to this on his own.
Oh nö. Finde Miranda. 50, 391.
Someone improperly pulled these isolinear chips. This. Miranda, you in here?
Gehen Sie ja schon mal drum herum. Es ist ja echt cool, das Spiel, oder jetzt? Ach, wenn man gar keine Ahnung hat, was Star Trek so ist. Ja. Also ich finde es gut gemacht. Bis jetzt, ja. Geil. Ich fühle mich als Star Trek-Fan echt bestätigt. Was mich jetzt interessiert, ne, wenn ihr die Sache mit dem Tekon, das kenne ich ja aus The Next Generation oder die Star Trek-Fans kennen das natürlich, ne? Wo die Ferengi und die Enterprise in diesem Feld gefangen waren und Riker und dieser Tekon-Wächter gesagt hat, soll ich sie töten? Und Riker gesagt, nein, da könnten sie ja nichts mehr lernen. Ja, das hat er damals gesagt. Finde ich geil, dass das da irgendwie Bezug drauf nimmt und vor allen Dingen, wenn ja die Enterprise schon Vergangenheit ist, eigentlich würde mich mal interessieren, was ist mit dem Data, was ist aus dem Data War, ja, jetzt in diesem Computerspiel. Gibt's denn eigentlich noch? Das Bock gibt's ja auch noch, ne? Ich kann nicht nach rechts und links gucken, das ist scheiße.
Hello?
Hello everybody. Da kommt man nicht durch, cool, ne? Also es gibt auch noch NRW, das ist jetzt Download complete. Aha, Datenklau.
Hello? Hey! Miranda?
What the hell are you doing, Carter? You almost knocked me to the lower level. What's wrong with you?
Look, I'm in here looking for you.
Well, I'm busy. I was just leaving.
Well, hold on. Commander Westbrook said the crystal formation we found in the shuttle never made it to the containment lab.
I don't know why he'd say that. I brought them there myself. Whatever he told you, he got it wrong. All I know is where I left them.
If that's the case, let's both go down there and find them. It's that simple.
I don't have time for that. I have work to do. Now, if we're done here, I have to go. Do you mind? I'm in the middle of my shift.
Hold on a second. What's in that box you're carrying?
It's not the crystal formation, if that's what you mean.
No, it's a data storage drive.
It's for... Secure data. It's really not my place to talk about it.
I want a straight answer, Miranda. What are you doing here?
Carter, if things are gonna work out between us, I'm gonna need you to trust me a little more than this. Because this is not a good start to a relationship. And I don't get why you're acting this way.
It's hard to trust you when you aren't acting like yourself.
I'm not gonna keep explaining myself to you. Especially if you're not gonna listen to my answers.
Etzelar de Diaz. What's the holdup?
Don't answer that. You and I can work this out. Please.
Let go of me. I'm going to respond.
I can't let you do that.
Etzelar de Diaz. Are you okay?
Diaz to Etzelar. I need some help.
So I see you found each other.
You were taking so long, the commander sent us to see what the problem was.
And you said you needed help while we were on the way.
Diaz, you were sent here with specific orders, and fighting your crewmate wasn't one of them. What the hell is going on here?
Let's just let them explain.
I'd like to hear that, because I know what it looks like.
There's something seriously wrong with her. She's not herself, I'm telling you.
What does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
Well, for one, she was copying data onto this.
This drive is unauthorized.
There are ISOs all over the floor.
And that's why I was in here, investigating this situation. And when Carter came looking for me, we got our wires crossed. It wasn't anything more than that.
Look, I wish I was wrong about this. That I was overreacting. More than anything. But I know what I saw. And it's not what she's saying.
I can't believe this.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think we need to call it into security. She can explain herself in the brig.
Hold on a minute. We don't need to put this on anyone's permanent record. Carter said you're not yourself. If something's wrong with you, we should head to sickbay and the doc will fix you right up.
Yeah, I haven't felt right since I came back from Hotari. I think I should see the doctor.
You two know her? If you really think she's not well, we can take her to sickbay first. But what I know is this is a security breach, and we should treat it as such.
Please, just let me go see the doctor.
She did have a bumpy ride back on the shuttle. Come on, Carter.
Let's take her to sickbay. It's better than the brig, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Fine. Get checked out by medical. You two go with her. I'll put this back together.
Scheiße, ich glaube, das war die falsche Entscheidung. Verdammt. Ich hätte soll zum Sicherheitsdienst springen. Die Frage ist nicht sauber. Na gut, vielleicht finden wir jetzt beim Medical Check out was raus. Unter der Oberfläche. In den Minen von Moria. Das ist weiter in der Luft, wenn so Shuttle irgendwo im Planet landet. Das war gerade unten ab. Es gibt kein Hoch und kein Runter. Es gibt nur Pflanzen.
Foliage on Tau resembles underwater plant life on Earth. The universe is full of mysteries.
Oh yeah.
Na, die Pflanzen, die sind rot. Die stechen natürlich direkt ins Auge. Und dort die grün-blaue, die müssen wir gar nicht beachten. Stehen, das ist wohl unlogisch.
Rydick here.
This is Irma. Any trouble getting to the surface?
I'm really starting to miss transporters.
As long as this storm is around, you'd better learn to light shuttles. But if you can find the cause of the interference, we might be able to get back to transporting.
As if I needed another incentive. We both know there's a lot more than that riding on this.
Fair enough. You'll need to get in and out of the mine undetected, so I hope Minister Tylus can help in that regard.
So do I.
And to keep this covert, we'll refrain from contact unless absolutely necessary.
Understood. Rydick out.
Cool gemacht, muss man sagen. Ja. Ist die unscharf, die Felsformation? Schneide uns mal an. Warum auch immer. War nicht irgendwelche Fäser dabei? Benutze, um dich zu ducken unter. Aha, was ist das denn? Wow. Jetzt müssen wir gleich erinnern, ne? Steuerung. Ducken. Ich kann's nicht erinnern. Recorder, Phaser ist 2. Kamera. Ich kann's nicht erinnern, schade. Das leider bisschen.
The ionic interference is coming from underground. I should find a safer way down there.
Danke. So wie in jedem Spiel, das wird dann immer so blöder.
I saw your shuttle take off. Hopefully no one else did. It's good to see you. Even under these unfortunate circumstances.
When you called to give us a scan, it sounded like they caught you. I was worried you'd been hurt.
It was nothing I couldn't handle.
Lead the way. I'll fill you in on what we've learned about the situation.
Follow me.
The device Galvin and Sidron brought back from the mines is being used to control some sort of warp disruption weapon that has the Resolute trapped in Hotari space. According to our readings, the power source for that device is on this moon, at the specific coordinates I sent you.
That sounds impossible. That explains the rumors of the Hotari controlling the ionic storm.
We strongly suspect the device was created by an ancient empire known as the Takan.
Takan?
Once the most powerful civilization in the galaxy. But they've been gone for over 600,000 years.
It's hard to believe there's something like that on Tau.
Which is why I need proof. If we find hard evidence that Galvin and his allies are hiding dangerous Takan technology, I can convince the Federation to let us intervene.
Understood. We're almost there.
Oh, sorry. Ja, schon 10 Uhr. Lecker Mühe. Wir sind schon 3,5 Stunden unterwegs. Cool. Oh, wow.
That's the mine?
Prospect 614 North, Subdivision 20.
It's enormous.
Just one of the thousands across Tau. The pride of Hotari.
How do we get inside?
The structure that circles the mine has entry points for transporting equipment into the lower levels. They're guarded, but nothing I can't get past using my authority.
Well, that's good to hear.
As long as you can avoid being seen, I should be able to talk my way past any miner. And provide a little distraction for you in the process.
How do I avoid being seen?
You don't use the door.
Also das machen wir noch und dann...
How dare you! Don't you know who I am? I am Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
That's not...
The Queen would be furious to hear you try to deny me entry.
The Queen? But I just...
You just what? Just now realize the trouble you've made for yourself? And who exactly do you think you're going to report this to? Because I'll be reporting it as well, to someone much further up the ladder. You have no authority here. Do you understand who pays your wage? I can inform the Queen directly of this insolence.
There's no
You'll
need
regret
for...
everything you've said here today. You should have opened the doors the second I appeared before you.
That's not the protocol. I didn't know you were...
Each second you delay my entry will be recorded, processed, and permanently marked on your record. Can't believe this. Does your brain function? Do you speak our tongue?
I have orders.
How could a fellow Hotari not understand this? You're digging your own grave. I've reached the end of my patience. Escort me to the maintenance bay.
I told you I can't just...
Now!
But fine.
A wise choice. Lead the way, and be quick.
Ich weiß ja nicht mehr, wo die sind. Finde einen Weg. Finde einen Weg. Finde einen Weg über die... Ich weiß nicht immer, wo die stehen, die zwei. Yogis da.
Someone takes their breaks up here. Maybe the same guard who left that window unlocked. I suppose the view is nice.
Ich weiß noch immer, wo die zwei Yogis sind.
Let's get a look inside you.
Keine von 3 Anomalien erkannt. Was ist das? EM-Feld verhindert die Passage vom Feststoff. So, Problem. Problem, Computer abgestürzt, ne? Spiel abgekackt. Ah ne, jetzt geht's wieder. Aber ich kann den Rekorder nicht wegstecken, weil ich kann mich nicht bewegen. Also was stimmt hier nicht? Hallo. Warum kann ich den Rekorder nicht wegstecken? Leck mich am Arsch. Tja, Jungs. Ich kann mich weder vorwärts bewegen noch rückwärts bewegen. Ich kann den Rekorder nicht wegstecken. Er macht da nichts mehr. Ja, möchtest du das Spiel verlassen, ne? Wenn du irgendwo feststeckst? Dann ist das halt so. Dann fangen wir nochmal an. Sorry.
How dare you! Don't you know who I am? I am Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
That's not...
The Queen would be furious to hear you tried to deny me entry.
The Queen? But I just...
You just what? Just now realize the trouble you've made for yourself? And who exactly do you think you're going to report this to? Because I'll be reporting it as well. To someone much further in the ladder. You have no authority here. Do you understand who pays your wage? I can inform the Queen directly of this insolence.
There's no
You'll
need
regret
for...
everything you've said here today. You should have opened the doors the second I appeared before you.
That's not the protocol. I didn't know
Each second you delay my entry will be recorded, processed, and permanently marked on your record. I can't believe this. Does your brain function? Do you speak our tongue?
Minister, I have orders.
How could a fellow Qatari not understand this? You're digging your own grave.
Not going that way.
I told you, I can't just...
Now.
Force field. Looks like it was installed recently. No safe way around it. Let's get a look inside you. Full system access. Let's see if I can just... Bingo. Das ging ja doch. Better hurry. Not sure how long she can keep him busy. Something in here is keeping that door closed. Got it. Should remove the security check on the door.
Tja, was soll ich da jetzt gehen? Was soll ich da jetzt gehen? Finde Teilers. Naja, wo dieser.
I didn't come here to educate an imbecile on royal protocol.
Of course not, Minister.
So I will be about my business here, and you will take yourself out of my sight. There you are.
You really let that guy have it.
It worked, didn't it? I'm used to having to throw my weight around. Hard to get anyone to listen to you otherwise.
I'm impressed. I didn't know you had it in you.
There's a lot you don't know about me. Underestimate me at your peril.
The catwalks were booby-trapped.
Galvin and Sidron have gone to great lengths to keep out the uninvited. Well, we're inside. Where do you want to start?
The ionic interference is coming from below us. We need to go deeper.
That lift goes down, at least to the changeover station. But we can't use it without DNA authorization from one of the guards.
I have an idea, but we need a few samples of DNA from the miners who work here.
Samples?
Fingerprints, sweat, blood.
Which will trick the machine and get us control of the lift.
That's the theory. Let's test it.
Sammeln mit deinem Rekorder DNA.
Do you think we could just find a way to climb over this?
Possibly. But the console on the lift itself is locked by the same system that locks this ramp.
No shortcuts then.
I'm sure you can figure something out.
No luck. Unless this console thinks I'm a Hotari guard, it won't work.
The guards work out of that building back there. Might have some DNA.
What's in all these containers?
These contain mining supplies. Tools, energy packs for machinery.
Shouldn't mining supplies be inside the mines?
It is troubling. If the workers here aren't mining...
An Illydian console.
All the managerial technology in the mines is Illydian.
So they can keep an eye on their investment.
That's how it is.
Wow, that is a lot of DNA. I should look for the most concentrated spots. Hygiene clearly isn't a priority down here.
Ja, mein Gott, das mit dem Rekorder, das ist ja scheiße schwer, ey.
This'll work. That's a stable DNA sample. It's only partial, but a few more should do it. There's gotta be stable DNA here.
Das muss ich erst mal finden, ne?
Good. That's another I can use. Just need one more sample. Some kind of glowing mineral being used as a light source. Might want one of these for my cabin, actually. If they eat in here, it's likely there's some DNA in the room.
Aber ich habe sie ja schon gescannt, ne? So.
You're not coming inside?
There are some things I'd rather not smell.
Ah.
So, ich glaube, wir haben nicht, wie es wieder nicht was. Muss ich jetzt wieder das Reg und weiter scannen? Boah. Also das ist ein bisschen nervig. Dass man da nicht angezeigt wird, ob man das jetzt hat oder nicht. Das wäre sehr hilfreich. Was da so jetzt scannen kann.
Use this. Perfect. That's enough to make the DNA profile. Time to go back to the lift.
Ah, jetzt ja. Kann ich das Schrank aufmachen? Okay.
It worked. Theory proven.
I'll get it started.
Ready?
Let's get up, Jungs.
I'm a little afraid of what we might find down there.
We'll be okay. I've survived worse than this.
Well, I haven't. But I'll put my faith in you. For now.
Ja, verlass dich auf mich. Bist du verlassen? Ah, oder? Das ist ja cool. So geht das also. Aha.
Jara. Stay back. There's a guard at the station. You'll have to hide.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You watch your tone with me. I'm Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs. I speak for the Queen herself.
This is a restricted area. No one gains access without the approval of Galvin or Sidron.
Wait.
Jues Gawad Abawencha.
Are you all right?
I don't know.
Are you injured?
No, I thought if I could talk my way through like always, I'd be fine, but... I'm a diplomat. This isn't what I do. I've never even fired a weapon. This is just... It's real now. I wasn't ready for this.
Tylus, you can do this.
I don't see what you're basing that on.
All you've shown me so far is an iron-willed determination to save your people. I don't expect that's changed.
No. No, it hasn't. My authority has never been challenged like that. It meant nothing to him.
So we should assume any Hatari we encounter from here on can't be reasoned with.
Agreed. The only loyalty they have down here is to Galvin and Sidron.
Can you switch over the lift?
The guard should have a scan card that will allow us to operate the switch.
That's some serious armor.
Conditions in the mines are harsh, even for Hotari.
An Illydian disruptor.
I assume the miners took weapons from the Illydians before they fled the mines.
That explains some of how the uprising happened, but not enough.
Should we take it with us?
No. My phaser is more efficient. Unless you want it.
Oh no. Weapons aren't my thing.
Okay. Ja, da ist der Schlüssel.
Got it.
You got it.
He's not dead, is he? He's still one of my people, and I didn't come here to take Hotari lives.
My phaser's set to stun. He'll be perfectly fine, just unconscious for a while.
I see. We don't have that sort of technology on our weapons.
Good to know.
Ja, die haben nur Waffe, die töten können, ne? Schon cool, ne? Also muss man sagen, ist echt gut gemacht. So betreibt man also in der Zukunft Bergbau. Das ist ja...
The energy readings are emanating from this tunnel. It's sure to be guarded in there. Stay low and follow my lead. Is that all dilithium?
Not all of it. We excavate large chunks of rock that contain varying amounts of dilithium ore. It's sorted and processed at the collector ship above.
Play die Waffe auf dem Rücken.
More guards.
I take that as a sign we're getting close.
I'll get a closer look. Looks like they've improvised a barrier.
Yes, we must be getting closer.
We don't have time to wait for them to finish whatever they're doing. We'll have to try to keep low and sneak past them.
I'm starting to see the utility of a phaser.
I wouldn't stand a chance against all three of them.
Anna. Die Schlüsselkarte. Sicherheitstür.
We need that particular card, don't we?
I'm afraid so.
Can you open that door?
Not without that scan card.
I don't like our options here. I have to get us that card so we can open the door.
How? If they detect you, Galvin and Sidron's followers are clearly willing to kill to protect whatever's in this mine.
Hey, I'm trained for this. I'll be fine.
What should I do?
Avoid being seen. Stick to the edge of the room, and meet me at the door.
Genau. Ich weiß nicht, wo der ist. Naja, gedruckt noch was. Wenn du deine Figur nicht siehst, ne?
Analysis in progress. Those arrogant Lydians have no idea what's coming.
Wo muss ich denn hin überhaupt?
I get all the grunt work. I'm sure the Lydians won't try something else. They saw our power, our resolve. They're terrified of us. Until the plan is complete, we're vulnerable. Then get back to work, and we'll complete the plan more quickly. Soon we'll be in control.
Toll.
Almost done here.
Schön, dass der da festpackt. Tolles Spiel, ne?
I saw something too slow.
Avoid being seen. Stick to the edge of the room and meet me at the door.
Soon we'll be in control. Analysis in progress. We sure the Lydians won't try something else. They saw our power, our resolve. They're terrified of us. Until the plan is complete, we're vulnerable. Then get back to work, and we'll complete the plan quickly.
Gespannt wie Herr Flitzebohr. Fragt ihr immer noch darum? Nee.
Processing. Arrogant Lydians. This requires too many inputs.
Guck, ob ich das schaffe.
Anyone who prevents our destiny shall be eliminated.
So, da haben wir es. Oh, dick.
Almost complete.
Wo muss ich denn hin?
Is someone there? Strange. What was that? We need more light in here. Was that so dark in here? Huh? You're finished.
Ach, hopp.
Avoid being seen. Stick to the edge of the room and meet me at the door.
Also ich bin jetzt, noch 4 Stunden, bin ich ein bisschen angespannt. Mir unterbreche das hier. Ja. Dann machen wir beim nächsten Mal weiter, ja. Ja, möchte ich verlassen. So, also, wir spielen hier beim nächsten Mal weiter. Ja. Das ist mir jetzt ein bisschen heikel. 4 Stunden sind wir jetzt unterwegs. Ich bin ein bisschen überstrapaziert. Na, beim nächsten Mal klappt das.
ich kann mich dann nicht mehr richtig konzentrieren. Also, in diesem Sinne, freut mich, wenn wir uns beim nächsten Mal wiedersehen. Wird wohl nächste Woche, ich weiß nicht wann. Aber hier geht es auf jeden Fall weiter. Mir gefällt das Spiel echt gut. Auch nicht so schwierig für meinen Charakter, für meinen Spielecharakter ist das eigentlich gut gemacht. In diesem Sinne wünsche ich euch noch ein schöner Samstagabend, ein schönes Wochenende und lebt lang und in Zukunft, ne, nicht in Zukunft, lebt lang und in Frieden. Bis dann, euer Satana. So was Blödes, ne? Mir noch verschwätzt.